fact that he's pawing at the foot of the table, at the edge of the table, is even better. Well, hi, Scooter. Welcome to the dog stream. Yeah, Harley. Hi. Welcome to the Floof stream. Hello, everybody. They wait. Oh, do they ever? Scooter, at one point, while waiting for me to get things set up while I was fighting transcoding. Look at that dog. Okay, hang on, let me do that first. Oh, I just hit my wheel with this wheel on my chair. That is my earphone. That is my earbud. That is not scooter. Yeah, it's going. It's going to shoot me with a laser. Okay. Okay. See, it's right here. They're right here. They're right here. They're right here. Oh, he is a chunk. Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh my God. Ah! Oh, this baby. Uh-oh. Oh, baby. I should tell him to go away. But wait, you think you can go? You think you can go? Is that really what you think? No. No, Mommy's got you. Mommy's got you. You're going to sit with me while I play games. Oh, because, oh no, how dare I? How dare I not let the scooter move while I play games? Sniff. You should look at this baby. I think he's very distraught that he's not allowed to go anywhere.
Yeah, you got a face. You have a face.
Alrighty. You good? You know how this is going to go once the sofa is set up and ready for all this. Their universe chew. The universe is chew toy. Pretty much. All right. And now Elise joins the party. Oh, wait, no, this isn't Hajimari. Never mind. You can share my bunk.
Ah, good. You've already gathered. Schwarzer, Class 7. I see you've kept busy this past week. Herschel, Russell, Lady Elise. A pleasure to see you again. Your Highness, and Lady Angelica. I'm glad to see you both unharmed. Your concern honors me, Your Highness. I'm certain Lady Mildine has covered everything quite thoroughly. But there's something I'd like to speak with you about, nonetheless. We will be holding a special meeting of sorts later this afternoon. I do hope you can join us. That is correct. I would like all of you to attend, both Class 7s, as well as the Laburle and Crossbell teams. I expect you'll find it a reunion to end all reunions.
Yes, Black Cat, this is what you think it is. Is Aurelia speaking to Reen or to the player? Yes. There we go. I renamed the... I figured that's the perfect name for this stream today.
You may give your response to Lady Mildine. For now, I'll assume you're all coming and prepare accordingly. Farewell.
No. Toodles, peons. Oh yeah, I'm eager for this scene too, Polaris. So play nice and let us escort you. The biggest afternoon lunchtime in Zemurian history. Pretty much. Hang on a sec. There we go. Sorry, because I took a shower before my stream. My cuticles are all messed up. So I gotta do a tiny bit of cleanup. I have some really bad dry skin issues. We've been invited to Tea Crumpet Strategy and Shenanigans. Just wanted to see what else you have to say. Okay, that's all you want to say. Fine. Alright, what do we have here? The other Muse Bond events come up. What? 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 I'm expecting useful conversation. I have hopes. I'm keeping on to my hopes. I know I've played this twice already. Wait until Gaia spoils Corona Kiseki. Alright. Oh, hi. I remember my reaction to seeing this on my blind run, just being like, I like dagged through it, accepted all the quests and wait, what? Who? Oh shit. It was a major delayed reaction. Okay. How many Bond events? We have 4? Alright. Alright, I know where they're going. I know, right? Try not to get too lost in it. Oh, same here. I am really excited to see where Falcom's going to go with this new engine. Tonight's a special night. For some reason, I decided to break out a Mexican Coke. Music that resonates. Oh my. Undersea Melody. What I know, I still can't believe we never had an Undersea Melody reference with Elliot, ever. I can't believe this. This is just like what on earth? I am fine. I am just super congested, Polaris. Also, hold on. I'm usually a lot worse congestion wise after the shower because it makes you start breathing everything up. This is how you play it properly, bitch, Tachi. Biatch no Mina-san. Talk with respect. For Wellington's victory or for real music? You know, the comment on Cage Song music not being in this, like Gagarv music, the whole sequence in Crossbell with getting soldiers to go see a performance, that right there is 100% almost straight up ripped from from Cage Song. There are so many callbacks in this, I think, to Gagarv anyway. Like, I mean, yeah, they could have played Stardust Cantata, which, by the way, is in CS1, I believe. Isn't that the song that Elliot and them play at the church? No, that's true. We did get that. To be fair, the Undersea Melody has a vocal line to it. I should have used that there. They should have used one of the Cage Song songs in this entire thing. All right. Just Reed and Elliot being bros. And now we've got this quest. Pull off a Doctor Strange spell. Can we loot this entire scene? Reen being sassy. I live for that. I really like those little bits that he has, like with this and with Altina's Bond event and stuff. Just basically don't. I can't take this. Because it, to me, feels like a step forward that Reen is... You can't lecture me. Yeah. But, I mean, in the end, with these kind of scenes, it means that Reen is... Reen, basically. Yeah, I know.
Because you're important to me, Reen. You're more dear to me than anyone else I know. Isn't that reason enough to want to protect you?
Because this is Erebonia. Yeah. Yeah. Silence full and think about what you've done. Oh my god. He could definitely be lectured by both. Yep. Think about this for a second. You just asked cats for sympathy. I love that. I love that Bond event in general. I love Roselia. She's so great. From Female Salem to Cat. Rean saying that line. There's no need to hide behind these glasses anymore, right? I think you can see just as clearly without them while wearing glasses. To be fair, him wearing glasses is totally my fault. That command's been up since my original run of CS3, I think. What the fuck is wrong with you? I will totally pass that on to Paz, because it was at her request, no less. Rean Schwarzer, master of 8 leaves, 1 blade, school of not practicing what you preach. Hang on. In fact, hang on, I gotta tell Paz this happened. I've actually marked it too, so we're good on that. That's the hidden 9th leaf, one dedicated to Yunkafe. Hello. All right. Alrighty. Imagine wasting an entire year training this stupid idiot just for him to be scolded by 2 tsundere cats on his quest to save the world. No wonder Kafai gave up. And I'm screenshotting Dr. P's comment for pause. All right. Alrighty. Even if one of those friends is a self-sacrificing idiot, only one? Like a man bear pig of kinks. She's a lolly milk cat.
Rean, I'm sorry for everything. Thank you.
God, I love that scene. I seriously love that scene. Alright, next one, I have 2 bond events. Oh, I went the wrong way. Hi guys, bye guys. I just voiced random lines here and there. Just voice the entire damn scene and be done with it. I know. I would almost imagine Kuro might have more voice acting in it if it's a smaller game. Which is another reason why I'm eager about it. Oh. Oh. Hey, look, head pat from Eustace even. I need to finish Wheel of Time. Okay, I hear you. You need to eventually meet the Cosmere equivalent to Miriam. Milliam, okay. A novel series that I need to finish. Do the honors for what? I love that scene so much. It's so good. God, the Bond events in this are so good. Also, I've already picked the fourth one. I know I'm going to need that. $200% relatable and 0% chill. 100, absolutely. Okay. Here we go. Time to be. Yeah, that's why I pulled out the feels box. Did you notice how slow the text came up on that? It was just little subtle things like that are so good.
I said, what other choice do I have? Mule Mirage is a path already set. Its gears already in motion. It was the only solution I could manage to find. A scheme only I could possibly devise.
Oh, God. All right. Oh, let's see what's going on here. Yeah, I agree, Dr. P. It really, really is.
What would you like? Come again, anytime. What would you like? Come again, anytime.
We had a life before this, you know. I love it. I hear Sniff in the next room over. Did I say that out loud?
I'll help. Come back soon.
Have the weapons upgraded?
I'll help.
Weapons and gear? No.
Come back soon.
The church only trains the finest in nunnery. A squire of all stats and a master of none. That's so bad. All right. Time to do this quick routine. Anonymous source. Oh my god. Oh. Hot and steamy nerd action from Reen. All right. Oh, yes, it is. It is the hand-holding quest. All right.
Let's get going.
I think it was CS3 that had a treasure chest there. All right. But hand-holding is too much. Alright. We have standards on this here street. Alright.
Ready.
Oh, Reen.
Shit. Ha.
This dojin I got in Japan, it's just glasses. Reen went nerdy over hot springs. As per routine. Poor Olfa. What are you doing? No, bringing up that it's part that it could be an effect of the curse kind of makes it kind of dark. Poor Olfa. That's a symptom of being a klutz. Yup. Yeah, baby. Oh. The tennis court lights are on. I know you're not the most cultured individual when it comes to ladies. Oh. Aha. Three and Nine, I never heard of it. It's one of those books that's not going to be important later on. Never going to be that important. Ever. I've heard the protagonists of that series are really cool. And they like picnics. Or one of them does. Murder hoboing Jaegers. Alright.
It's my turn! Ha! Cha!
Getting corrupted by literature. Hi, Mr. Harley. That really super prim and proper sit that he just did. Hi, Harley. Yes. Oh gosh, that suddenly summoned the dachshund too. Oh, Reen. Heed my call, Scooter Trunk, the chunky lummox. His hair's gone white with worry over Ereboni. Okay. Come on. Thank you. Mr. Suspicious. I think I was so salty at running into him, I didn't even bother to friggin' talk to him. Yeah, he does. He does. Sneaky jerk face. Seriously. I call BS. All right. Knowing Falcom and their sneaky setup of stuff, it's not going to at all be in one of these periods. If anything drops in the church, in any of the cathedrals. It's always going to be in this one period when you have just this tiny window of opportunity to go around. American natives when the Europeans arrived. All right. Yeah, exactly like Grancel Cathedral. There it is.
Let's go!
Here we go again. I love that Kurt's like, okay, everybody, let's just focus. Alrighty, guys. Dakara, Kurt is Renus in one. Alright, guys. Who do you guys want to see paired up for this? We're just being not McBurney and Vita. For this, the hot spring scene. I can't do McBurney and Vita. Orbital bike isn't an option, so I'm out of ideas. Roll some dice, huh? You know what? I've got Valimar. I've got Muse here. Let's just throw her in on this, because you know it's going to always be amusing. It'll never not be amusing when you put Muse in, because you fool. You don't have Muse. Muse has you. What have you done? line's so good. I'm so going to tell Elisa about this. What's going on here? Hang on a sec. All right. Sorry, I'm having a moment of babysitting. All right. Cool. Tell them that the onsen events without Elisa suck. All right. We are going to save it here because I want to eventually save Scum there. All right. I feel like that requires putting in, how dare I save Scum? Oh no, how dare I? Okay. What are the other quests? Family scattering. So go to Parm. Putting Angel as second quartz. Angel, Sophia, whichever. Oh shit! Randomly, today, Dallas County was below 1,000 cases for the first time in months. Holy shit.
Let's go.
Since December 4th. There we go. Hi. Even Yuna's cheering. Don't deny it, Annabelle. The lady doth protest too much. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Crap, I can't type. Sorry. That's all me, all that noise is. What's next? The Discord notification? Actually, Discord can't do notification sounds while I'm streaming. See if that... Okay, cool. That didn't break anything. Again, that was me. Sorry. I really, really enjoyed the Magical Elisa game. That was a lot of fun. I'm having a moment of someone's wrong on the internet, and I've got to fix it. This is actually something I feel pretty strongly about making sure is correct, because jerks like this get misinformation going, and that's terrible. I think it was actually Dallas Morning News that reported this originally. So, come on. It's, please come to bed. I can't. Someone is wrong on the internet. That's pretty much it. But in this case, it's somebody spreading misinformation related to to a variety of stuff. That's me again. Sorry. Because I know I read something earlier today and I need to get it and throw it to this person because they're getting attention with this, and it's basically it's misinfo. It's stupid. All right. All right, whatever. I'll keep looking for it later. Sorry about that. found it. Yay. Alrighty, I am done. I am happy. Much better. We call this situation a comedy of errors. We absolutely do. It's like the moment I give up is the moment I find it. Or is that Rufus? Oh, wait. Oh, yeah, this quest? Yeah. This quest too. Thankfully, I know exactly where we're going. It's just I gotta remember where it is. Because we all know I get lost on floors, on streets. She's so small, though. Yeah, if Nielsen is over here right now, this is when I ran into him. Yep, right there. Diplomatic head pat immunity. What, go to Milsante? I just want to travel in general. Can't be Nielsen did nothing wrong. Yeah, that would be pretty great. I just work here. Alrighty. Hi, Mr. Baby. Baby. Alright. Well, here we go. Going to go say hi to Big Ugly. Harley. Harley, baby. Puppers know they have treats incoming. Something like... But he ugly though. I must bark. Harley, are you barking because this dude's ugly? He's ugly, isn't he, Harley? Isn't he ugly, Harley? Well, you're not going to be talkative at all, are you? Not now. We don't see this view a lot. Oh, hi. Hi, Puppy. Hi, baby. And the other one has come. Hi, what? Yeah, oh, oh, don't growl at me. Hey. He slipped off my leg. Okay. What? What is with you now? Little growls. What? Okay. You want a treat? He is a cat dog. Deciding that he must growl at me because everything is my fault. Come on. Oh, wow, you were eager. You were so eager. Oh, my goodness. There you go. Okay, you good? You now satiated too because you didn't get knocked out. Okay. Oh boy. Hey, Paws. Oh gosh, they're all pouting. All right. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Elliot, I hear you. All right. Let's do this.
It's big.
Yeah, you're not going to tell us anything
I
more than
won't
that, are you?
fall.
Okay. Wow, Gaius is actually out of range.
You won't escape. You won't
Time to
escape.
fight God's children.
It's my turn. Let's go.
My turn.
All right.
Analyzing enemy unit.
And they'll forgive you or whenever their food dishes have
Analysis
empty.
complete.
Oh my god, I'm a fucking demon! Hey Gaius, you want to share with the class what this monster is?
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Leave it to me. Petrifying shell's loaded. You're not going anywhere.
Nice.
Let's go. It's down.
Keep it
He
up.
likes food more.
Yeah. Analyzing enemy unit. Analysis complete.
There.
Petra Hemish.
This'll help.
Thanks for the help.
Now. Arcus activate.
It's my turn. Ha!
Warhammer! Alright. Oh.
You
Wow.
won't escape.
Gaiacita and Keanu
It's my
Reeves.
turn. Now.
Keep it up.
There.
Rostrum
This'll help.
laser.
Thanks for the help.
My turn.
Ready. Ha!
There.
Well, that didn't
It's
go
my
as
turn.
planned.
Arcus, activate.
It's my turn. Now.
Keep it up.
There.
The ultimate tag team duo.
Ready. Arcus activate.
Yeah.
What is that gift?
Thank you.
I don't want to say.
Zap!
I'm going. Ha!
Yeah. Arcus activate.
Ready. Arcus activate. It's my turn.
I really should have
It's
had
down.
Eustace with me on this instead of Machias.
Keep
He
it
would have
up.
been a better Eustace. He would have been a better Eustace. Sorry. Hashtag sorry, not sorry.
This'll help.
Thanks for the help.
Ah!
I know exactly what gift that is.
My turn.
I could already tell. Yeah, it was that gift. Or not that gift, that image. Some relation thereof.
Sorry, take over.
Leave it to me.
Yes! I'll leave it to you.
I'll do my best. Huh!
You have no right to talk with your phone. Oh my god, that actually hit
Leave
him
it
with
to me.
charm.
Yeah!
Ah! Leave it to me. Leave it to me. Locked and loaded. Fire away!
Now.
All right! You got this!
Leave it to me. Ha!
Oh crap, here we
There.
go.
This is the power of the Soaring Phoenix! Golden seal etched deep in my soul. Imbue my spear with the fury of the goddess!
Breathing room time. This is more than just breathing room. This is actually pushing it past my breaker, or my, the one who can impede him.
Howling heavens!
It's my turn. Locked and loaded. Fire away!
Dominion established. I love that gag. I love that that's kept going as a joke.
My
It's
turn.
so good.
Resonate. Sephiral Symphony.
That is
Yeah.
like the most broken thing I've really ever done. How are you doing, guys? Oh, you're fine. Oh, I'm kidding.
Huh.
Boom.
Yeah. Ah! Now.
Take this!
It's my turn. I'll leave it to you.
Leave it to me!
Strike! Windblade formation!
It's my turn! Shit! Now! There! Ready! There! Here!
Keep it up.
It's my turn! Tuh! Now! There! It's my turn. It's down! An opening! It's my turn. Take this! They're down!
Keep it up. Now.
It's my turn! Let's go.
No, he is
Let's go.
determined.
Crimson Slash! It's down!
And now he's on fire.
My turn. Arcus activate.
Ready. Locked and loaded. Fire away!
Determination.
Here!
You know what?
Come on, Elliot!
Leave it to me.
There!
Ah!
Not a bad jam session we had going on there.
I'll say, together we were right on tempo.
I did it!
Yay!
Go
I
back to the
did
gate.
it.
Go back to gate watching again.
I need to keep getting better.
Machias and Elliot, professional demon slayers.
Yeah, I did it!
I must train even more.
Vampire hunting Marcus does what he does best, shooting demons with a shotgun. I love it. All right. Music nerd jokes. Yup. Nerds. Not without getting demonetized. That surprise better not be dating Patrick. If it is, we're going to have a very, very stern talking. It's happening, Reen. Get used to it. Table for 3. 2, Reen. 2. I want grandkids now. I'm just about to go.
What Reen is going through right now is scarier than anything I can imagine. And then there's Alvin and Elisa and all the others. Even Muse, Yuna, and Altina, too. They're all trying to face their feelings in these dark times. If they can do it, so can I. If I could just find the courage.
Alrighty. Get Alpha to declare polygamy legal. That sounds like the kind of thing that would happen. I could see Olivier being all behind that as well.
This is nice.
All right. Which pen should I sign it with, my dear Elise? She totally would. Let's turn these in.
Here to make a report?
Great work, everyone!
Best of luck.
All right. There we go. Probably won't be able to do all of it in one shot. I mean, maybe if I push through it quickly in 4 hours. I don't know. I should have gotten all those quests and stuff done yesterday and just got to where I could just launch into this today. I just forgot there was that period between them. Yeah, this section took me a long time too. But I actually kind of plowed through the Black Workshop when it came up. Yakisoba fan. Exactly, Dr. P. Well, you worded it right enough that I knew exactly what you were quoting, Dr. P. Certain countries. Oh my God, Richie, 41 months. You came at the right time tonight.
Indeed, important figures from each one of our neighboring countries. The Kingdom of Liberl, the Principality of Remiferia, and even the Republic of Calvard. And if all goes to plan, we'll have a few special guests from the Bracer Guild and the SSS join us too.
treating Calvard like he who shall not be named. Again, 41 months. Thank you so much for that support, Richie.
So, you showed up after all. As do you, Schwarzer. Despite everything General Le Guin and Miss Clotilda tell me you've been through. Your Highness, Lady Angelica, it's a pleasure to have you back safely with us. Agreed. Things have taken a real turn since Ordis's last provincial council. What happens here today could very well change the course of history. Follow me, everyone.
There'll be probably a lot of skimming through all the meeting scenes. As a heads up. And that is Mr. Scooter. Everyone who is uninterested in getting nommed on by Erebonia. And there goes Harley. Okay. 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 Oh, Altina. That's worth it just to get for Elisa's. I'm sure he didn't have impure intentions. It's the whole problem. His heart is too pure. Nobody looks. Kenny Uchai is just not. Elisa has the best glare and she doesn't get to use it enough. No, she doesn't. And there it is. I love that face palm. I think I made that. I think I took this exact screenshot on my Japanese run. Requesting permission to burst into tears. Permission denied.
Wow. Well, looks like the party's already started.
Kinda feels like this meeting was a long time coming, huh?
Well, I'll be.
Took you guys long enough.
Long time no see, Tita.
Have you grown a few, Reach? Or am I imagining things?
Estelle, Joshua, and... Hello again, Tita. Remember our promise? Ren! Oh, you guys. You have no idea how happy I am to see you.
Don't you get me started, too.
So melodramatic. And here I thought you two'd have grown out of this by now.
You're one to talk. I can see you getting a little choked up yourself. Seems like you've been holding up pretty well, Agate.
As if there was any doubt. We're making progress, don't get me wrong. But there's still a lot left to take care of.
All the more reason to stay on top of our game from here on.
Oh, Sarah! You're here too!
Nice to see you again. It's been too long.
Man, it sure has. What's it been, like 3 years since you were last here in the Empire?
Read Ring of Judgment.
Oh yeah. Let me introduce you to Fee. So,
Fee? Like, the Fee? That petite powerhouse they keep talking about in all the guild branches?
It's a pleasure to meet you, Sylphide. As you can see, we've heard all about the work you've been doing.
You can just call me Fee. I've heard a thing or two about you guys, too. You know, from Agate and Sherazard.
Oh yeah? Trust them to embarrass us like that.
Speaking of Shera, we still don't know where she is, do we?
Not a clue. We know she's still alive, at least. Way I figure, if she was in trouble, she'd contact us with that thing she's got.
Right. It's only been about 2 weeks since we last heard from her.
She left Heimdall altogether just after that, didn't she?
Oh my goodness, losing mana. Thank you for the raid. Hello everybody, welcome to the Floof stream. Small raid, but a raid nonetheless. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you very much.
yeah, I've got all the other Erebony embracers looking out for her too.
Nice tackle, Kia. Lloyd, Ellie, I'm glad you guys managed to come.
Raid!
Of course. We wouldn't miss this.
Oh, I can't help myself. Come here, you two.
Ellie, I can't breathe.
Small or large raids are always appreciated. Exactly, Richie, exactly.
Oh, Tio, I'm so relieved to see you're okay. Yona's been worried about you too, you know.
Oh, you don't say. That's cool. But also, I could really use some air.
Hoo-wee! The dynamic duo's getting bigger and bigger by the day.
Good to see you, Randy.
Right back at you, Lloyd.
Now, hold on a moment. You didn't think I'd just let that little comment of yours slide, did you?
Who's the dynamic duo? Me and Tio? I don't think we got any taller.
And Kia, it goes completely over Kia's head. I love it.
No, not a... crap. Forget I said anything, alright?
Shame on you, Randy. There are children here.
And we didn't forget about you, Yuna. Kia's been telling us about all you've been up to.
We heard you helped set Tio free. I'm so proud of you. Well, that was more
Kia,
Class
you
7
sweet
as a
summer
whole.
child.
It was just part of our mission. As someone who's always looked up to the SSS, it's so great seeing all of you back together again.
What do you mean? You're one of us too, Yuna. Mm-hmm. You're a lot closer to the SSS than you give yourself credit for.
Senpai
That's
has
right.
noticed Yuna.
You carry on the spirit of Crossbell in a way all your own.
I think we're all aware of how much you look up to the SSS. But you know what? It goes both ways. We're just as proud of you too, Yuna. Every one of us.
Thank you.
Well, at the very least, you've gotten a bit more tame since the first day you bucked into the branch campus.
Come on, Randy! Let me have my moment! Oh, right! Elisa! Over here!
Erica, I love Erica playing Yuna so much.
Ellie, you look amazing! It's been too long. I'm so glad you guys finally got the chance to reunite.
Oh, that's right. Elisa and Ellie met up about 3 months ago, huh?
Yep. Elisa's the granddaughter of the Reinford Company's founder. Not to mention a Thor's alumnus.
Thank you, Elisa. Though, I don't think I look even half as good as you. Allow me to congratulate you on your reunion as well.
Aw, thanks.
I suppose I'd better introduce myself for those of you who don't know me. My name is Reen Schwarzer, graduate of Thor's Military Academy, Class 7. Ellie,
Estelle, Joshua, it's a pleasure to meet you.
The pleasure is ours. Elisa's told me quite a bit about you already. Perhaps a bit too much, actually.
Oh, Ellie!
We definitely know you by now, after all the stories we've heard. From Tita's letters and Ren, even Olivier and Toval.
I see. It's no surprise you knew His Highness, but I wasn't aware you knew Toval too.
Yep. We met back on our first trip in Erebonia. He helped us out a bunch.
Read Ring of Judgment!
It's good to meet you, Rean. This has definitely been a long time coming. Don't worry. You can loosen up around us. We're the same age, more or less, right?
Got it. I think I'll take you up on that. Looking forward to working with you guys.
Yeah, for sure.
As are we.
Oh.
It's been a while, Lloyd. How have you been?
Busy, to say the least. It's been crazy this past year and a half. I really owe you for your help during Operation Birdcage. I'm sure I'll get the chance to return the favor, though. I get the feeling we're gonna be seeing a lot more of each other. From here on, Rean, we fight on the same side. As equals.
Instructor Rean?
Honestly, I'm not sure I even deserve to shake your hand. I'm sure you've heard about what I've done. The mistake I made.
Rean.
It's my fault that the curse spread throughout not only the Empire, but Crossbell too. It's the same with North Ambria and Jirai as well. Even this awful war with Calvard. I have no idea how I can even begin to apologize.
No, Rean. That's wrong. It's my duty as a detective to look beyond what's on the surface. You want to know what I see? I see that this was all a setup from the very start. Nothing you could have done would have possibly changed the outcome. I see a man who, despite it all, never fell to despair. A man who continues to push back, even at this very moment. Not just for Crossbell, or even Erebonia, but for the world itself and all who reside in it. Within you lies the strength of countless allies, helping you move forward through whatever may come.
Sorry, Sean. Robbie has matched you at corny speeches.
I'd like the SSS to be a part of that, Rean. To be one of those allies there by your side. Empire or Crossbell, where we're from doesn't matter anymore. Now we're fighting for the world itself.
I can make a really funny joke right now. Considering that Robbie Damon and Sean Chiplock also played Mori and Dewi in the God of High School anime.
Lloyd. This guy, I swear.
Now I understand why you look up to him the way you do.
Yep. Told you he was great.
Wow. How am I supposed to follow up a speech like that? I'll gladly take your words to heart. It's good to have you with us, Lloyd. I'll be honest with you, our situation is looking grim. And it's only going to get worse from here. But that's never stopped us before. With you on board, we'll overcome every barrier in our way.
You got it.
That goes for us, too. We Laburlians got your back.
I see you've saved me the trouble of rounding you up.
Principal Le Guin.
Right on time. Is everything ready?
Is she?
General Aurelia Le Guin, commander of the Viceland Army.
Wow. I can tell this lady's a serious badass.
That's an understatement. She's one of the greatest swordmasters of our generation.
Bracers of Liberl, Special Support Section. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aurelia Le Guin. Well met, all of you. I'd love to chat with
Still
each of you
never
individually,
changed.
of
Nope.
course, but time is of the essence. I suspect our other guests are anxious to get things underway.
Hey!
I knew it.
Well, if it isn't the special support section. I do believe it's been around 2 years since our paths last crossed. Though it would seem Arios is not with you this time around.
A pleasure to see you again, Your Lordship.
Our apologies. Arios had some pressing matters to attend to, though he did make sure to send his regards.
Is that so? I suppose I expected as much. A man in his position seldom has any time to spare. Princess Elphin, I bring you my greetings and condolences both. We received news of Emperor Eugen's condition, as well as the tragedy that befell Prince Olivert.
Bork, yeah, pretty much. Look at that. Look at that baby right there. Hey, Harley.
I can only imagine the pain this must put you through. You have my deepest sympathies.
And you have my sincerest appreciation, Your Lordship. I must admit, I didn't expect to be able to meet with you so soon.
Nor did I. A silver lining in the dark cloud that brought us here. Lady Mildine, allow me to thank you once again for the invitation.
The gratitude is ours, Your Lordship. It's an honor to receive you.
Ha ha! This is quite an extraordinary crowd we have here. Correct me if I'm
I
wrong,
love his
SSS,
voice.
but it was 2 years ago that we last met as well, was it not?
Yes, back at the trade conference.
It's good to see you again, sir.
Princess Elphin, Lady Mildine, I don't believe I've ever formally had the pleasure. Though I suppose in a way we aren't entirely unfamiliar with each other.
Meanwhile, it's Fat Patrick. I know.
I had the privilege of meeting your brother, you see, back during the conference.
Ah, yes, he mentioned you before. Pleased
Yeah, it
to
is. Now
finally
that
make
you've
your
made that
acquaintance.
joke, I can hear it.
Knowing you're here helps put into perspective the true scale of Operation Meal Mirage.
Still being a sus politician.
It's an honor to have you. We do appreciate you taking the time to come. After all, I'm sure you, of all people, have been particularly busy of late, President Rocksmith.
What?
No way!
So that's how this is gonna go.
I don't even know how to react.
How silly of us.
You think I'm
I didn't
sus? Wait till you
realize
see
we
the
had
next
neglected
guy.
to make our introductions.
In that case, allow me to go first. I am Albert von Bartolomeus, Grand Prince of the Principality of Rematheria. It's a pleasure to meet you, students and alumni of Thor's Military Academy.
And I'm Samuel Rocksmith, President of the Republic of Calvin. I'm sure I'm the last person you would expect to see here.
Prince Albert is one thing, but President Rocksmith?
Indeed. And in person, no less.
So what in the zip code? Only in Gotcha Hell pause.
What's the president of Calvert doing here? We're on the verge of war.
That is exactly why I chose to attend, Machius Regnitz. Ah, and you must be the acting Duke Alberea. And, you're Fee Clausel, correct?
Let me guess. She told you.
As I suspected, you work for Calvert's Central Intelligence Department.
That's right. I'm a second lieutenant in the CID, as well as a member of the Special Force
You know,
Hercules.
I think one of the unfortunate situations with Akatsuki is that we don't get Chloe and Noct in the stories right now, because the two of them are so funny and so great.
Thanks for your help before, by the way.
Chloe especially.
I'm Lucy Sayland, private secretary to the Grand Prince. For those of you we met before, it's a pleasure to see you again.
Now I understand. You were investigating Erebonia's internal affairs to prepare for
One of these
today's
days,
meeting.
Maybe. Yep.
Wait, back up a sec. If the heads of Remiferia and Calvert are here, then...
There's only one more big nation we're missing.
It would seem they've arrived.
They made it.
Oh, you have got to be shitting me.
Liberl has just as much a stake in this as anyone else, after all.
Oh,
It's the Princess of Liberl. And beside her...
Man, today's just full of surprises, isn't it?
Sorry for the delay. I have to say, this is the most luxurious ship I've ever seen.
Thank you once again for inviting us.
You don't want to cause an international incident by eloping with the Crown Princess or something. Yo, Datto! Cassius's voice is really good, from what I've heard already.
My name is Claudia von Auslies. I will be participating on behalf of Queen Alicia II of Liberl. Delighted to make your acquaintance, everyone.
Cassius Bright, Lieutenant General of the Royal Army of Liberl. Unfortunately, we don't really have time for pleasantries. How about we get straight down to business?
All right. Goodness, that was like a 30-minute cutscene on its own. We're gonna kind of speed through that a bit because there's no dialogue there. All right. And the first of many, I know. 2.5 cutscene cavalcade flashbacks. Yeah, 3 hours later. That ain't confirmed. All right. Time for My Dad Knows Your Dad and Other Dads. Okay. I'm going to step away real quick and get a bite to eat. So I will be right back. I'm going to run a commercial in the meantime. Harley. 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 That was not an invitation. I'm going to run a commercial and I will be right back. Alrighty. Alrighty. I just threw some chips in the microwave because I've got this and some queso from Chili's. Some leftovers from this weekend. Might as well settle and have some chips and dip while watching the excitement. Because there's going to be lots of reading. Alright. Hi, baby. I know, baby, this is not for you. I know you really want this. But it's not for you, puppy. Get the popcorn now? Not a bad idea. We got story progression happening. There we go. Just move things around so that things are in a little more convenient of a place. That's not wrong, though. That's how they think. our routine. I gotta recheck with Rosine. Of course not. Wonder what they would talk about. Scooter! It kind of does, doesn't it, Yutaka? Alright. Like I'll walk into a bar joke, yep. Oh, Grace. I know, right? Isn't that right, Gaius? Oh my god. You're not wrong there, Black Knight. Oh, Ellie. What if Boss is watching? Ian is probably eating a popcorn, enjoying his, yeah. Outfits retailored, pants re-ripped. Determination. If you haven't played Crossville yet, you should probably work on that before Hajimari. Yep. Oh, Kia.
Here's to a good, clean match.
Just you and me and my two-tailed bull. She can handle Angelica. Oh! Oh my god. Oh my god. Fuego! That was spicy! Woo! This is gonna hurt. I think he's actually got me. Yep. Yep. Yep, there we go.
Look at that! I won.
I'm gonna try again.
Here's to a good, clean match.
You were no barrier, you were a speed bump. Oh, good lord. I know, right? He is burning through his hand like no tomorrow. All right. What I expected. Worked for me. All right. It would burn through his hand. I know, right? What I thought was about to happen, but I am okay currently. Good job, Lloyd. Boom. I win.
Dang, you're good at this.
What on earth? Oh. They stay away from shady business now. Oh god. Okay, come on. Sorry, I had a chip break in the dip, and I was like, oh no.
Sure, you may also be a genius who can come up with plans to change the fate of the world,
That's nice,
but that's
sweetie,
beside the point. There's no way an ordinary girl like you would be okay with a plan that would cost millions of people their lives, is there?
Well, hi, Fee. Operation Bustering Out. I love how they handled that. Being Weissman's sock puppet was bad enough, thanks. Huh. Alrighty. Time for the next batch of talk to the passengers. Oh, I didn't mean to. There we go.
Oh, you there, young man.
You're Reen Schwarzer, correct?
As am I. Stories of the Ashen Chevalier have certainly made their rounds across Calvert. Though I suppose not all of those stories paint you in the best light.
Nothing personnel, kid. Reen Coldsteel, Dark Hero Extraordinaire.
I was wondering when we'd finally get the chance to meet.
Oh god, ship is breaking again.
Oh, no. The pleasure is all mine, I assure you. In a way, this feels closer to a reunion than a first meeting. Perhaps it's due to all the tales I've heard about you from Tita and Josette.
Oh, okay. Let's put it up here a bit, see if that helps.
And from Prince Olivert as well.
No, that's not gonna help. I don't wanna... Let's see, where's the chat box? There it is. There we go. That should help. The way the faces are, it's not really going to help wherever I put it. But hopefully it's a little less obstructive. I'm going to need to move it back to the left when we start doing combat, though.
Oh, Rain! There you are! Given how easily you embarrass. Operation Schwarzer sandwich. Who's the bread and who's the filling in that operation?
Yep, never change. Oh, too late, Ring. Erica jumps out of the wedding cake with knives. Determination. No, the cake is a machine suddenly coming to life and attacks Agat after a certain dance. So it's Bunt from Super Mario RPG. All right. God, this exchange. Still chatting. Yes, damn it, Waji. What if I gave her dirt on you? I wonder where your mother could be. Yeah. I still expect you to kneel, McDowell. You'll get there in time. All right. Yeah, speaking of Leaf. Music, please. To advance our mission of putting Reen in jail. That would be an interesting bit of foreshadowing if Toa ended up taking on like an intelligence role or something. Watch as that gets... gets justified 6 games later retroactively. I remember when I did my interview. Hang on, let me wrap this up. This might make a bit of noise. I remember when I did my interview in 2019. I can't say last year anymore. When I did my interview in 2019, one of my questions to Kondo was, is Dorothy the Grandmaster? Like, Trails in the Sky Dorothy. And he was really confused with it. It was so funny. He was like, why is it? And I was like, I think it's the glasses. The glasses and her being in the right place at the right time. When I got to interview Kondo for AX, and Kondo said, well, it's funny because in Japan, everyone jokes that it's Toa because she's too perfect. You have a 4-dimensional conversion chart handy? This might get complicated because of Mythos shenanigans. This group is a very special kind of trouble. I know, right? Alright, now we've got all the rest of the trouble on the other side. Team, I like swords. And only gets 110% adoration from people. Everyone except Mistel, who sees him for the devious mastermind he truly is. Yeah, I've got my reasons. Of course, we're not going to get anything else out of her for obvious reasons. Because of course not. trouble. Of course, Kia. I've got a bigger issue to deal with. Alrighty. If only there was an Angelica version of this. Crow. Wow, you have a point there, BZ. I hadn't even actually put together about ages, but still, yeah. It's rude to keep good food waiting. That sounds like something Reese would say. I remember when I got to this, I actually felt this scene made me feel extremely uncomfortable. I mean, it certainly should. I mean, it's no slouch. This really is a very unsettling scene.
What you see before you is an outline of Operation Meal Mirage, our response to Operation Jormungand.
I knew it.
It doesn't stray too far from what we'd expected, but even so.
Seeing it all laid out like this makes it overwhelmingly real.
At least we don't get forced out of Ul'dah here.
I get that a plan this crazy is probably our only hope, but still, we're really gonna do this, huh?
The Empire has drastically increased its military might, due largely in part to the draft. Current estimates number their forces at 1.2 million strong, and that figure will only rise before the fighting actually starts.
On the other hand, Calvard's military can barely scrape together 800,000, at most. Even if they try to boost their ranks with a draft of their own, that probably won't go over too well, judging by their last election.
Not to mention the huge difference in weapons and resources between the two countries. In terms of both aerial combat fleets and core tank units, Erebonia has a clear advantage. And that's without taking Panzer Soldats into account.
Yeah. There's no way the Verne Company's production line could even hope to keep up. What's more, the Empire now has an excuse to throw all the new technology it's been developing into this war.
With that in mind, it's entirely possible that the Civil War was nothing more than an opening move.
I agree. It seems likely. The same could be said of the Orbital Shutdown phenomenon, or even the 100 Days War. It is our belief that these events were simply set up, all to pave the way for Operation Jormungand.
Damn it! Those monsters.
And Meal Mirage is your plan for how to hold back Operation Jormungand. We have with us the Republican Army of Calvard, the Royal Army of Liberl, the Remiferian and Viceland armies, as well as troops from Le Mans and Orid, and even resistance cells acting out of Crossbell in Northumbria.
Motherfucking Orid.
You intend to coordinate every one of these individual forces united under a single banner to suppress the Imperial Army from all sides.
That's exactly right.
As you stated before, Calvard's armed forces total 800,000 strong. The Viceland army should bring that number up by about 100,000.
The Principality of Remiferia is prepared to lend its aid as well, to the effect of approximately 80,000 troops. Add to that figure an additional 120,000 from the Kingdom of Liberl.
Further, we can count on receiving around 20,000 soldiers from Le Mans and Orid combined, as well as another 10,000 from Crossbell and Northumbria. And this is to remain off the record, but we're expecting roughly 30,000 in reinforcements from Arteria as well.
Naturally, we plan on bringing Jaegers into the fight too. We've been scouting out Jaeger corps big and small. All in all, I'd say we're looking at a good 40,000 extra soldiers.
Altogether a combined total of 1.2 million. Finally putting us on even ground with Operation Jormungand.
A war like this would stretch over almost half the continent.
Resistance cells from Crossbell, huh? That must be Sonia and the others.
Yeah, Uriel told me a bit about it, but...
Northumbria too? That have something to do with the movements we heard about there?
Yeah. The resistance there is made up of former members of the Northern Jaegers, who got absorbed into the Imperial Army.
Yeah, that's definitely a much bigger group than we thought it would be. That's kind of a... I don't think even talk about this too much. We definitely know it's not a ceremonial. It's... Wasn't it Juan that said that it implies that Arteria has had to hold off, like Arteria has had to hold off major conflicts before? I think it was Juan who pointed that out. I can't remember what it was he said on it. He found evidence of it in stuff. And, I mean, more than just protecting the city-state, but holding off something major in the past. Yeah, with 30,000 soldiers. That's insane.
And we got troops from Lamon and Orid, too. That would be their defense forces, no?
That's right. We've actually known about their involvement for a little bit.
I have to say, I'm surprised the High Seat of the Septian Church would choose to involve themselves so directly.
But Rosine mentioned something about this earlier, didn't she?
Yes. The Congregation for Divine Worship is likely deploying the Papal Guard as we speak.
The Imperial Army's technological superiority is undeniable, and we can't underestimate the threat Ouroboros poses either. Further, directing and coordinating all parties involved will prove a tremendously difficult task. That is the purpose of our meeting, to determine who will serve as the key piece in our plan, the cornerstone upon which we can build our success.
We were getting these numbers throughout all of this. When we look at all these numbers, if 30,000 troops being the Papal Guard, that means they have almost... A city-state has almost half the military power that one of the nations has. As you can see there, with Remiferia having 80,000. A quarter of what Liberal has. And there you go. That's kind of... It's kind of interesting when you start putting it in comparisons to the other countries. I mean, and something else we should add in with Ored and Lamon is technically Ored and Lamon are, unless something has changed, they're basically under Arteria control. Yeah, they have more soldiers than Lamon, the country that they're in.
I present to you Cassius Bright, Lieutenant General of the Royal Army of Liberl, and, as of today, Supreme Commander of Operation Mille Mirage.
What? Now that's what I call a power move.
A natural decision. Lieutenant General Bright did head the search and destroy operations against the cult in Crossbell.
I wouldn't be surprised on that, BZ. That's actually...
What's more, he can already boast having pushed back an Imperial invasion once before. He's the most brilliant tactician of our time, without a doubt.
Definitely more than their real-world counterpart. Yeah. I would think... I think what would be interesting is if Arteria can... Because, I mean, again, since Arteria does a lot of the management of the government for those two countries, I wouldn't be surprised if Arteria could be like, hey, we need your soldiers here, or something like that. To both Ored and Lamon.
I should have known.
So you've accepted the position then, Dad? Even after hearing everything that's going to happen as a result of this plan?
I have. This can truly be called the Great War, the likes of which mankind has never seen before.
Yes, they are based out of Lamon.
A war that will surely destroy the lives of all it touches, soldiers and civilians alike. Hundreds of thousands of lives. Worst comes to worst, we could see casualties in the millions.
Millions?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. But at least it will keep the Empire from completely destroying everything. Yeah.
No, they're definitely not.
She has a point.
I think I speak for us all when I say this dreadful decision weighs heavily on our hearts. But there are stakes here far more dire than the invasion of Calvard itself. Namely, Erebonia's 2 Septarians, as well as its curse.
I do like
which
that too.
spreads further and further with every land it conquers.
It's all connected.
If we don't act soon, the Republic will fall to the Empire's advance, drowning the entire nation in its curse. It would then only be a matter of time before the surrounding countries fell as well, until finally all of Zemuria is in the curse's grasp. All for the sake of reviving the ultimate being, the Great One. This we must avoid above all else. If this dreadful decision is the only chance we have of saving our world, then so be it.
This whole catastrophe began in Erebonia. Though I can't personally agree to this plan, as a member of the Imperial family, I must allow it. Your Highness.
This is the consensus we have reached. I trust you understand now the reason we've gathered here.
There are a few things we must ask you now. Namely, if you accept the necessity of our plan. And furthermore, if we can count on your cooperation.
I'm sure you'd like some time to talk things over amongst yourselves, and with your other allies as well. But as you can probably tell, that's time we just don't have.
Members of the Bracer Guild, Special Support Section, Class 7, and Thor's Military Academy as a whole. We need your answers, here and now. How do you respond?
When it comes down to it, we, the Special Support Section, are just a single division of the CPD. We're in no position to defy the will of a nation, let alone 4. We understand the severity of the situation. But be that as it may, we can't, in good faith, lend our aid to this cause. There has to be a better way to fix this mess we're in, and we won't back down until we figure out how. Not just to stop this war, but so that someday, Crossbell can take back its independence for good.
I see.
You can count the Bracer Guild out of this deal, too. We're the supporting gauntlet of the common people. Their security and protection will always come first. But at the same time, we understand that you have to do this. So instead, we'll make sure to get in touch with our headquarters in Lamon to organize an evacuation plan for all the citizens. And in the meantime, we'll look for our own way to resolve this, just like the SSS. That's the Bracer Guild's decision.
Estelle.
Ah.
With so many of us still missing, we can't claim to speak for Thors as a whole. But we can, at the very least, tell you our decision as Class 7. Become the foundation of the world. In a sense, those words have shaped our class from the very beginning. A war this big is certainly one way to keep the curse in check. We could be a new foundation afterwards, one built over ruins and destruction. But this curse is not absolute. Though it sweeps across the nation, toying with our fate, there are still those who stand together to resist it. We've seen as much with our very own eyes. We need a plan to try and ensure the safety of the world as we know it. Mille Mirage can be that plan. But, like the Guild and the SSS, we choose to find a third path forward for ourselves. That means dealing with any incidents brought about by the curse, as well as the rivalries. Whether or not that's even possible, I don't know. Time is running out on us even as we speak. Yet still, we'll continue to tread forward, step by step. Because we owe it to Prince Olivert to find that third path he always strove to take.
Rean.
Yeah, you're exactly right.
The path Prince Olivert would have wanted.
I see.
My goodness. The naivete of youth never fails to astound me. And yet, as history shows us, it is precisely the young and foolish who bring change to the world.
The same could be said of those not bound by duty or tradition. Come to think of it, Prince Olivert himself embodied every one of those qualities.
He most certainly did. And his spirit lives on in this next generation.
We have heard your convictions, clear and true. Operation Mille Mirage is already underway. But so long as you respect our position, we will respect yours in turn.
You're under no obligation to participate in our plan. That said, we'd appreciate your help wherever possible. That includes exchanging information, keeping civilians safe, and so on.
We certainly have more room to cooperate than Operation Jormungand does at the very least. You Bracers played a pivotal role in solving the incidents in Liberl, as did the Special Support Section in Crossbell. I eagerly await seeing what such seasoned heroes can bring to the table.
Thank you. We won't disappoint.
I don't know if I'd call us heroes exactly, but we'll help out in any way we can.
All that suspense was killing me.
As grim as our circumstances are, we now know what our mission must be.
Right! We gotta do everything we can to stop this war before it begins. And even if it does, we'll just have to find a way to end it.
Right. Our first course of action is figuring out exactly what we can accomplish right now as members of Thors. I imagine the rivalries will play a key role in that.
Agreed.
You're all pretty gung-ho about this, huh?
How are you guys so relentlessly positive about everything?
It really is the most annoying thing about them, isn't it?
Oh, hi.
Wait a sec.
Oh, hi.
I know that voice.
It's him.
Enforcer number 0 of Ouroboros.
Campanella, show yourself.
Sounds like things are coming along nicely over here. Quite the illustrious guest list you have here. I'm almost starstruck.
Indeed. It would seem the rumors weren't unfounded.
Belle! The new third Anguis of Ouroboros.
Lady Mildine, my greetings to you and all the leaders of the world gathered here today. I see a number of familiar faces and some new ones too. My, how delightful.
You must be Dieter Croesus' daughter. I've heard the rumors of what you've become.
A member of an international terrorist organization. Gracious me. The audacity of this woman.
Whoa, he really called it, huh, Lady Belle?
Ha, you're one to talk.
Hey-ya! This is some party you guys got going on.
Real swanky joint, too. Shame for you, Zephyr's here to crash it.
Surely, you...
Boss. That means Zeno and Leo are here too, doesn't it?
Sure does. But hey, we're not done with the lineup just yet. Don't think things will go the same for you here as they did at the workshop.
Please excuse our intrusion.
Sharon.
George!
So you've come.
Lecter. It's really you.
In the flesh. Long time no see, ladies.
My lady, everyone, it has been quite some time.
You should have just kept the mask on, Angie.
If you're all quite finished, it's time I make the final introduction.
Your Highness!
Cedric, why are you...
Ah, if it isn't my dear sister, Alphen. And Class 7. Your little stunt in leaves caused me no end of headaches.
Well, good.
You had it coming! That's what you get for getting Elise and Tio all wrapped up in your schemes!
That's simply how it works between us. You should understand this by now. The rivalries are no different. This particular matter has been entrusted to me by Chancellor Osborne himself. Consider this a little congratulatory visit from us to celebrate the commencement of Operation Meal Mirage.
Were we just hacked?
Yep. They probably used the Society's astral code to infiltrate the system.
Courtesy of Belle and the Fool, I'd assume.
Sounds like we're in for a fair bit of trouble then, huh?
Yeah, they're coming.
What the?
Damn! They brought Imperial warships! No, not quite.
This is the bridge. We have an emergency. We've got 8 Crimson ships approaching on our 9. And with them, a 280 Arch-class airship.
Yeah, much
Damn.
worse.
There's only one ship that friggin' massive.
You mean the one that appeared during the orbital shutdown?
That's right. Ouroboros' pride and joy. The largest battleship in the history of mankind.
The Crimson Ark. The Glorious.
It's the Red Comet. Versus raid, yes. Sorry, I'm sitting here just singing along. All right. Here we go. Heroes unite to save the Pentagrail. And no Gaius for me. Nope. All right. Well, actually, Kurt's built up also with the evasion setup. He might even still have the Evergreen now that I think about it.
Now, shall we get going?
Best of luck, all of you. You guys be careful, okay?
Wait, what in the world's going on? Whatever it is, it looks like we got a real juicy scoop on our hands. Oh, no, you don't.
I believe you all know what it is you must do.
Yeah.
We got this.
Just leave it to us.
All right.
Now then, shall we move out ourselves?
Okay, I am...
We're currently under attack by Ouroboros' enhanced Jaegers and members of the Red Constellation.
The Red Constellation, huh? Gonna be a real pain in the ass, especially with the Blitz there.
Gilbert's probably heading up the enhanced Jaegers. Not that he's anything to worry about. His archaisms might still give us some trouble, though.
Speak for yourself. I'll make sure that little errand boy regrets ever stepping foot in here.
Ash, Kurt, I'll be counting on you.
You got it.
Understood.
Yuna, Altina, we're going to need your support as well. Of course! Let's do this, Ellie!
I'll give it my best.
All right, guys. It's time to begin our joint operation. Team A will go starboard. Team B, you head port.
Our current position is the rear side of the lower deck.
Starboard, larboard. And there is a random FF14 reference there. And let's move the camera over here.
Let's make our way up to the top deck. Take out any intruders you find along the way.
Right!
Even the flunkies of Aurora flunkies got pecking order. Yep.
This will be the perfect chance to put our teamwork to the test, huh? It's our time to shine, Reen. Let's go!
Right.
All right. Alrighty. Now, we need to take a check on a couple of things here. Alright. Alright. I may have done something what seems a little questionable. Nope. All right. Okay, yeah, he does have the Evergreen still. All right. As a heads up, I did put my teams together thinking about something specific. Alright. I should just go in the orbit here. I don't think that was the right one. Nope. I can't, whatever. I would love to put that on Emma. Alright. It's Kurt. That is... Sadly, Kondo says lol. Pretty much. I'll go over Group A in a second.
Yes!
Now then. Yes.
Let's go!
Alright. Make sure they're all up to date on their weapons. Name of the Gundam that was named after the demon. Alright, because these should be okay. Crap. Wow. All right. Crow and Usus both. Shit. All right, whatever. All right. God, Joshua's speed is just stupid. Okay. All right. Paint their soul that red and start going fast. So we had a funny joke.
Let's go! Gotcha! Here's our shot!
Hang on a sec.
Zero Breaker!
Moving out!
So, for the longest time, I actually made the joke because my Saturn Aura was my first full-size sedan. Because my previous car was like a little mini sedan. So when I got well, it wasn't a mini, but it wasn't a full size. So I made the joke when I got the Saturn Aura, and it was dark red, and I named it I jokingly called it the Glorious because it was a big car compared to my other cars. And it took us on quite a number of road trips.
Let's do this!
So, after
Let's
that car was in, after my accident that totaled the Saturn, I ended up getting another red car, and this one being a Camry. And this was before CS4 had come out. It was like right between CS3 and CS4 when the accident happened. And at one point, I made the joke. I feel like I shouldn't name this new car the Courageous. It was like, no! And then CS4 came out, and I'm just kind of like, I'm going to start calling the car the Courageous because I got this car after the accident that totaled my last car. I feel justified.
Swiftly! Shadow formation! It's my turn! Second form, down!
Moving out. All yours.
I'll do my best. Analyzing enemy unit. I got it! Yeah! Analyzing enemy unit. Analysis complete.
Oh, good job.
My turn. Analyzing enemy unit.
Harley.
I got it!
Okay.
It's my turn! Good luck. Leave it to me.
Strike! I've got this! Let's do this!
My turn. Please, hear my song.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
Look at all the Archaism Kun's brothers.
Ready to go.
He's a charm.
Let's do this! An opening!
Keep it up!
Fall!
My turn.
It's my turn.
Now. There!
Ready to go! It's up to you.
Leave it to me.
Arcus, activate!
My turn.
Oh, we know it's Archaism Chan.
Powering up!
Ha!
Now! Arcus, activate!
Let's go!
Accidentally breaking it out of jealousy.
They're open!
It's mine!
Leave it to me.
My turn.
Chop!
Oh, yeah.
Strengthening!
Huh! Let's keep going, everyone.
All right, got it.
a matter of course.
According to Archaism, couldn't tell Cetic. At least the robot never gets tired.
Primed and ready.
It's powerful. We must take care.
A daunting foe. Let's test our might.
Nope, let's not. It's not my fault. You just keep going and going. And man needs his rest, damn it.
Oh, this place. The staircase past here should take us to the deck.
Right. That's how you ran off with the princess 2 years ago.
I heard about that.
Wow. Not bad at all.
I rescued her. Don't go giving people the wrong idea, Crow.
Sure, okay. If you say so.
Okay, we can tease him about it some other time, Ash.
I love Kurt being the voice
Right.
of reason in this.
An opening!
Activating drive. Arcus activate. Too slow. Ha! Here's the kicker. They're down. No problem.
All right!
That might cause a bit of a weirdness. Okay, well that works.
Yeah.
And that works too. Cool.
Now then, activating drive. Huh. Let's go. Arcus activate. There.
I appreciate it! All right!
Very well. Dance for me.
Well.
Yes.
I guess that casting's not a problem anymore. Wait, you know what? You know what? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
It's not a problem anymore.
Beginning analysis. Analysis complete.
Here I go! You got this!
I suppose I must.
Hiya! Right. It's all you.
I'll handle the rest. Now then. Arcus, activate. Yeah.
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Let's go. Commencing drive. My turn now. Arcus, activate. My duty calls.
Dang it. I think this thing is dead.
Yeah. We won, but stay sharp, everyone. I did it!
All right.
My turn
Here
now.
I go.
Yeah.
Oh, shit! I gotta go like...
Well,
Dr. P, I just saw your response. I love it.
That one looks tough. Be careful, everyone. Victory is clear! Huh?
Arcus, activate. Let's go. Arcus, activate.
Oh.
Ow! Ow! Yeah! Yeah! There! Very well. Dance for me.
Here I go.
Yeah!
It's my turn. Huh?
It's my turn. Commencing drive. There.
I can manage without your help.
Yeah.
We won, but stay sharp, everyone.
Hang on a sec, let me...
Well then. Oh, that one seems fun. prepared to strike. Yeah! Hiya! Yeah!
All right.
I think this corridor may be where I tried to stop Instructor Ring 2
Oh,
years
boy.
ago.
Oh, right. Back when he did stuff to you and then ran off with the princess.
What a creep.
He's beyond despicable. How could he do that to such a precious, innocent young girl?
Well,
Now, everyone. Don't tease him like that.
Oh, he's pretty popular. It's fine if we make fun of him a little. He brought this upon himself.
Alrighty. Ellie is the adult. Of course she is. Alright. Now, I may be doing a big mistake, so we're going to go ahead and let Team Mom go. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, so we are setting this up now. Alright, what is everyone at? 1 here. Ellie and Emma high five. Diwali's just mad that Ring came into her room without knocking. Pretty much.
Just thought I'd swing by and say hello.
My God, his voice acting is so good.
You can, and should, address me as Gilbert Stein, Regimental Commander of the 6th Enhanced Jaeger Brigade. I'll thank you to forget about my old job title. The mere thought of those days brings a tear to my eye. That was then. This is now. I only graced you with my help because the situation called for
Should
it.
ask why he made him a
Nothing
recurring
more.
butt monkey.
In the 3 years since, I've been climbing the ranks in Ouroboros, rung by rung. Though I've suffered a few setbacks here and there, I know this time I'll make it to the top. They'll make me an enforcer for sure. Or maybe even an Anguis.
Good goddess. There he goes again.
We don't need a whole preamble for every fight.
The Court of Shadows is referring to Phantasma. Had to check on what on that real quick, but there you go.
How about you stow your mouth and show
Yeah, I never
your
heard it that way,
commander
but I
some
mean,
respect?
to be fair, they're looking at the kanji, That scene, isn't that skippable? Yes. No, anyway. If I recall, the Japanese of the scene actually uses the kanji. And it's basically looking like they are, for the most part, translating it straight. It's Kingdom of Shadows, literally. Kage no Kuni. Yeah, pretty much. So, my guess is a reference that went over the translator's head. And they didn't realize what it was. So... there are a few of those in the... Yeah. There are a few of those in this series. In the localizations. Xseed got better about catching them later on. But definitely in first chapter, there's at least one that I can think of. Because... the non-Japanese reading of the word hadn't been introduced in the series yet. And I don't remember the other one that I'm thinking of, but series it's the whole double name thing getting in the way, pretty much.
How do you like this?
Yep. Let me see something. I'm gonna try something. Trails in the database. Let's look at the line. I guess not, because it looks like there's issues with it. All right, whatever.
Oh, he did.
It's okay, BZ.
But after my heroic self-sacrifice in Phantasma, I had the 13 factories build me another. But don't think it's the same as the old one. This model rolled out just the other day. Greater and grander than ever before. Marveling in fear, are you? You should consider this an honor. History will remember you as yet another victory on the increasingly impressive resume of the great Gilbert Stein.
Let's cut his career short. Wow, Estelle.
I'll wipe the floor with you.
All right.
Analyzing enemy unit. Analysis complete.
My turn now. Activating drive. My duty calls.
Oh, well then. All right.
It's my turn. Analyzing enemy unit.
The best cutout. Sure.
Analysis
Gilbert
complete.
Rage is the best. Yeah, I know.
Predictable. My duty calls.
I really should have put Sirius on her for a secondary
My turn
course with
now.
this build up.
Activating drive.
It's my turn. Paralyzing enemy unit. I got it.
All right.
You're finished!
Let's go. Arcus, activate. Very well. Activating drive.
Oh,
Here I go.
doing the bullying for a change.
Crackle! Lightning sword! My duty calls. Hi-ya!
Nice.
I'm going. Arcus, activate.
Huh. Why, thank you.
You're finished!
Ouch! Here I go. Hi-ya!
It's my turn. Burning flames. Orbital flare.
Predictable! Now then. Dance for me.
Nice.
Very well.
It's not a problem anymore.
I think that's going to be my next bit of humor.
Take this! Now! Follow up.
I hope we see more of him, too.
You're finished!
It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Oh, I should have used an order
There.
there. Shit. Oh well.
Thank you. It's my turn. Arcus, activate.
Very well.
Sparkle, Zodiac Force.
Very well.
I actually went for that
Activating drive.
specifically for the ATS.
There.
My duty calls. Yeah! Let's go. Semi-gunner activate. Absolute zero.
Nice.
Huh.
I'm going. If you could.
Leave it to me. Too slow. Ha! Here's the kicker. Get him.
No problem.
Damn you!
Now then. I left some for you.
I'll handle the rest. Arcus, activate.
Here I go.
Okay.
There.
But how? latest model!
Predictable! My duty calls. Take this!
Eat this!
It's my turn. If you could,
I'll handle it. I'll support.
Thank
Arty
you.
appeal! Right! I need to do something. Arcus, activate! Here I go! Take this!
You're finished!
Woo! Woo! Keanu Reeves. Keanu.
My turn now.
Keanu Reeves. Something like that.
It's all you.
I'll
All right.
handle the rest.
We need Emma because we need fire.
Huh?
You're finished!
I shall go. Charging! Here I go! Hiya!
There!
Nice.
Yes. Semi-gunner activate! Absolute zero!
Boom.
Ha!
I'll restore you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yup, it's totally Bryce.
Huh?
We're just doing
There.
this specifically to steal the HP turn.
Very well. Hiya! Now! Follow up. I shall go. Charging! Ha!
I'll restore you.
Thank you.
You're finished!
I'll save you.
Thank you. It's my turn. Huh?
My turn. Arcus, activate. My duty calls. Hiya! Ha!
There.
My turn. Switch.
Leave it to me. Take this!
Boom.
Predictable. Strike.
I love
Follow
that.
up.
Predictable. It's so good.
Let's go. Commencing drive. Yes.
Arcus, activate.
Huh.
Boom.
I failed.
Don't give up. Thank you.
Very well.
She's got this wide grin on her face as she counters. Oh yeah, absolutely.
Let's go. Commencing drive. There.
I appreciate it. It's my turn. You got this.
Leave it to me. Too slow. Ha!
Really?
Here's the kicker.
Estelle?
You're
Really?
finished!
My duty calls.
Yes. Huh? There.
Oh.
Impossible.
Yes. Commencing drive.
Yes.
In theory.
Huh? Huh. I can manage without your help. There.
She is never gonna live that down. Nope. Oh, there we go.
What I got?
Who's on, now who's on the bottom of the ladder?
Too slow. Popcorn! Wheel of time!
Boom.
Easy peasy.
Yes. Telling me what
I did it.
I should have seen that coming.
Diligence is its own reward.
Yeah, I did it.
Stats updated.
Of a certain series.
Too strong.
Pull yourselves together! We can't let the Red Constellation see us like this! My reputation as your commander's at stake! At this rate... Wait! What's happening?
Blorf? All right. Okay, we have a problem. And I am going to try, yeah, I can do this still remotely. So we're gonna do this. This is gonna be silly. I'm deciding I'm gonna reset Diwali. That also means running back through the start of the fight area. Because I want to reset her for stuff that's down the line.
It looks pretty tough. Let's watch out.
Ooh, a tough one.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Yay. Alright. I'm actually going to swap out her strike with an attack. You know what? Guys, you don't need this right now. Ugh. Oh god, she has action 2 on. Okay. Okay. All right. It was one of those cases of, I knew I forgot someone. Okay. Alright. And back with no fights. Oh, we're gonna break a box though. We're gonna break another box. And now let's just go. Whee! God, trying to run in full speed mode is, or in high speed mode is weird. All right. I'm okay with this team. Let's go.
Nice dodge. Pleasure to see you, and you have Detective Lloyd Bannings with you as well. It's been a while. Huh. These are my new hunting grounds. You can forget about making it to the upper deck. I suggest you retreat now.
All right.
Ha! You wish, Black Fang. I've been itching to take you and those Chevaliers on for a while. Men, ready your weapons. Gah!
I swallowed a plate of gravel before this operation started. It's a ritual of mine. Oh, goodness.
Too slow!
Oh.
Damn you!
Not today!
What?
Not today!
Are you okay?
You have my thanks.
I've got you. You're finished.
What?
Oh, oh.
Not today! Very well.
Not today, Satans.
It's my turn.
Resonate! Divine Song Formation!
Very well. Ha!
Gotcha! Now! It's mine!
Ha!
An opening! There!
There!
Yeah! An opening! Not today!
I've got you. You're finished.
It ends here! Tool? Rising Sun!
Oh!
Could this be?
Not today! Very well.
Spicy! Yup.
Let's go. There!
There!
Ha! I've got you. You're finished.
Let's go.
I'll take you to a world of fantasy!
It's like Elliot
Now,
keeps getting
the
A2
climax.
delayed, so might as well.
Remedy Fantasia! Thank you, everyone, for listening.
Yes, you have my thanks.
Let's go. Strike! Windblade formation! Let's go.
Yeah!
Let's go.
I guess he is a bard, yep. Yep.
Let's go. There!
There!
Going after the healer.
Let's go. There!
Ha!
Are you okay?
You have my thanks.
Damn you!
Let's go.
Resonate! Sapphiril Symphony!
Very well. There!
There!
I've got you. You're finished.
An opening!
Nice.
Ha!
Now!
It's my turn.
There!
Ha!
Oh.
Let's go!
Zero Breaker!
Gotcha!
Let's go. It's down.
There!
I've got you. You're finished.
Leave it to me.
Yeah. Now! Arcus activate!
Very well.
Arcus, activate!
An opening.
Boom!
Strengthening!
Huh!
Ha!
Very well.
Seize victory! Noble rise!
Let's go.
Powering up!
Yeah!
Ha!
Let's go.
Now! Please, hear my song!
I was like, wait a sec, I should do this instead.
You have my thanks.
Leave it to me. Arcus, activate!
Ha!
Powering up! Let's go! Now!
It's mine.
It's over! I failed. Ha!
Very well.
Now! Arcus activate!
Very well.
Arcus, activate!
There!
Whew.
Huh. Let's go! Yeah! Thank you.
Ha!
Now! Please, hear my song!
I appreciate it.
You have my thanks.
My turn.
Very well.
Arcus, activate!
I've got you. You're finished.
Let's go! Yeah! Yeah!
Leave it to me. I leave it to you.
Leave it to me! Crimson Flash! It's down!
Keep it up!
This is the
Boom!
end!
Of course, Reed has to come in and get the last blow.
Hope I helped at least a little.
Of course! It's always good to have your help.
Aww.
I must train even more.
A matter of course.
Yay!
Nice, that's how it's done.
Oh. All right. First friends represent. Yup. All right. Needs more guys. Oh wait, he's busy. All right.
Lloyd's team will be taking on the Red Constellation. I hope they'll be all right.
Of course they will. They've got Joshua and Reen with them too.
Yeah, let's go join the others up on deck.
No, wait. Yep, doing Dominion stuff. What is going on here? All right. Alrighty.
The deck's just up ahead.
We've got to keep the enemy's main forces at bay.
We don't know what's up ahead. Be ready for anything.
All right. I should have saved. Shit.
Well then.
Alrighty. we're gonna keep going. Late night fisticuffs between heroes and villains. We're gonna try to punch through this tonight.
Your Highness!
There they are!
Belle!
Zephyr, too.
And Lecter's with him.
Damn, they've got us surrounded.
Sharon.
So the two of you have come as well.
And the rest are on the other side.
Allow me to congratulate you all on making it this far. But then again, I should expect no less from such an accomplished group of heroes.
You guys managed to take down Gareth's crew, huh? Not bad.
Well, technically speaking, they made more of a, shall we say, tactical retreat.
Impressive as it is, I'm afraid your luck has just run out.
Kind of funny how we all have this boy-girl split going on, though.
Not a whole lot of places for you to run here. Unless you plan on getting through all that.
There's nowhere left to go.
I've got to buy Guy some time. I have only one thing to ask you, Your Highness. You said earlier that the Chancellor himself was the one who put you up to this. Is that true?
Huh? What are you trying to say?
You caught on that fast, huh?
Sharp as always.
Of course it's true. I wouldn't lie about something like that. Though I suppose he didn't explicitly tell me to take down the ship and everyone aboard.
As I thought. Hold on. This is insane.
So you're going to slaughter all these world leaders to jumpstart the war yourself?
Yes. That sums it up rather well. But it doesn't have to be that messy. Surrender quietly and I'll see to it your deaths are staged. Naturally, the tragedy will be reported as a cruel assault by the Calvardian army.
Wow. It's almost impressive how far off the deep end this guy's gone.
You'd stoop to staged lies and false pretenses just to start a war? Unlike your brother, it sounds like you've learned nothing from Hamel.
I see. So, you're one of the orphans of Hamel. Then you should know better than anyone. Our world is built on a bedrock of lies.
Joshua?
Who cares about all that crap? Princey boy here wanted our help. So Lady Belle was like, hey, why not?
We procured the Crimson Ark at His Highness's request. After all, who are we to deny his command? The Grandmaster gave us the go-ahead, of course, but I've been looking forward to taking it out on a spin for a while now.
You really are a slave to your desires, aren't you? Must be a Third Anguis thing.
Belle, what happened to you? It's not like you're any better, fool!
Furthermore, the gender split between us doesn't wholly apply with you here.
Hmm? Oh, right. My bad. How could I forget?
Huh?
Ugh! Enough of this meaningless prattle! They may have us cornered, but we have them outnumbered.
Oh, Diwali.
And I, for one, refuse to back down. We'll fight no matter the odds.
Huh? You said it! You're way off base if you think we're going down without a fight.
All right.
Agreed. The many dignitaries gathered here today are depending on us to ensure their safe escape.
We've got our own path to find.
Oh my god,
the third
it
one,
lucked.
just
oh,
like
shit.
Green
okay,
said.
We didn't get the luck.
We're not letting you close it off that easy.
I didn't get the luck on the guy's side.
Right.
Wait,
Boy.
I don't know if I get
Joshua.
a chance to pick again, but I don't remember. It's
bringing
been so
out
long.
the
Indeed. We won't let you get away with this, Your Highness.
Yep.
You may have numbers, but we have power on our side.
Guess it's time for you young'uns to show us what you're worth.
You're still bright, yeah? The bracer? You don't look all that strong to me. But I bet that means you're hiding something nice under the hood. Let's see if I can get you to bear it all. I'd love a little taste.
Good Lord, Shirley.
Excuse me? Whatever. We might have missed each other back in Crossbell, Bloody Shirley. But the only thing you're getting a taste of today is the business end of my staff.
Maribel. Ready to pick up where we left off 2 years ago?
Adios has brought me here so that I may finally set you straight.
Iron Jesus gives you the perfect image. Which one was it?
You're my closest friend, Belle. It's up to me to make you see the light. My. Since when did you two grow so determined? If you're so eager to oppose me, then fine. I'll relish hearing your sweet cries of agony.
Good
Lord, wow. I can't even tell which one of you is more twisted. Oh well. Guess that means the friendly banter phase is over now,
About time. I'm ready to get down to business. I think I'll start by wiping that smug little smile off your face.
Two Knights of the Stahlritter and the Severing Eclipse. We will stop you here. What a lively little get-together this is shaping up to be. A shame we can't stop for a spot of tea. I really did enjoy the kind you served, Sharon.
Why, Lady Wren, that banquet was 4 whole years ago. I'm honored you'd find it so memorable.
You seem to have grown considerably since last we saw you, Duvalie. But enough talk. It's time. Begin Radiant Star Formation. Let's go, Kruger!
Given your power, you should have no problem keeping up with us.
Of course. My strength is yours.
Wait, with her? But how? If anyone could fight on their level, it's Sharon. But they'll need more than that to stop us.
Huh. Guess it can't hurt to play the princess' little game.
So, I had a bit of bad luck because both of my characters set for healers were in one party on the guy's side.
Indeed.
That's
However,
why I'm
this
like,
little game will influence the rest of the war.
Try and keep this entertaining for us, okay, Class 7?
Oh, believe me, you'll be in stitches after we're done with you.
Oh,
if you're so intent on drowning this world in dissonance, then we'll just have to silence you.
There is no justification for toying with the fate of the world.
Teams A and B, prepare to break through on both
Thankfully,
fronts.
on the other hand,
Goddess be with us. Together, we'll overcome every barrier in our way.
Right.
Okay, there we go. All right. Perfect. Never mind, Mulligan. Let's see here.
Man, what's the deal with all the dudes here? I don't know. Why does it matter, man?
They will make fine opponents regardless.
Ready to go. Let's do this.
I got this.
Swiftly, shadow formation.
My turn. Now, eat this. Here's dessert. That's what you get for being careless.
I think we're about to lose this here in a sec. Yep.
Have a taste of
Hold
this. Riot Flame. I've got this.
Yeah. How about a little fire? Are you okay? Have some of this!
They're down!
You're mine!
Damn it.
Give me a break. I see you! Sure.
Arcus activate! Ready to go! Let's do this!
Thanks!
Take this! Imperial Spike!
I see you!
My turn! There! How about a little fire? Gotcha!
Good Lord, Crow.
Are you okay?
Sure. Now,
Eat this!
Here's dessert!
That's what you get for being careless.
Yeah! Too slow! Yeah! Ready to go! Ha!
Now, please, hear my song!
Thanks!
Thanks!
God damn
Are
it,
you okay?
Crow.
Is this your card?
Oh, shit.
Too bad for you!
Ha! I've got this! You're finished!
Oh, that's not a good idea.
Here goes! Have some freebies on me! Weak!
My turn!
Moving out!
How about
Not the
a
white
little
maid.
fire?
Ready to go!
Now,
All right!
Arcus activate!
huh.
Not a chance! Ha! Sure.
Now, please, hear my song!
Thanks!
Thanks! All right!
Arcus activate! Moving out! Let's do this! There!
There we go.
It's mine!
My turn!
Resonate! Saphiral Symphony!
My turn! Now,
I'm not gonna bother with scanning enemies during this.
Here's dessert!
That's what you get for
Get
being
outta here,
careless.
Yeah! Too slow!
Knew it wouldn't be that easy.
Here goes! Have some freebies on me!
Gotcha!
Keanu Reeves!
Powering up!
Sure!
It's down. Let's go, Zeno.
I hear ya! All right! Showtime! They're down!
Keep it up!
Ready to go!
Now!
Take this, Imperial Spike!
Have some of this!
There!
Getting Lecter out of there is actually the priority because
Thank you.
his anti-orders,
Moving out.
or disorders as they call them in this, are pretty brutal.
I got this.
Now, eat this! Here's dessert!
That and his card tricks.
That's what you
everything
get
like
for
that.
being careless.
Yeah! Arcus activate!
A poor man's Campanella.
There! Thanks!
My turn. Swiftly! Shadow formation!
Just, yeah, he really is
Moving
a
out.
troll character.
Arcus activate!
Oh, I didn't mean to target him. Whatever.
Yeah! I see you!
Now!
There!
Ooh.
I've got this! Let's do this! Ha!
Wow, that actually hit pretty hard.
Now.
Nice.
Arcus activate!
All right! Arcus activate!
Huh!
Thanks. I got your back!
Thank you.
I've got this!
Nope.
Yeah! I see you! An opening! It's mine!
Powering up!
Nice.
Sure! This ain't so easy after all.
Now!
And babysitting. There we go. Getting the Fool's Journey motif out of him, I wouldn't be surprised.
Arcus activate!
Moving out!
I love
An
it.
opening! It's mine! All right!
There!
I got your back!
Thank you.
Just as strong as I anticipated.
We are the Blades of Ouroboros.
Now face us in all our splendor. We will
All right.
not hold back. Prepare yourselves.
That is such a bad lineup.
Are you okay?
Thank you.
Very well.
Now,
Take this. Yeah. My turn now. Crackle! Lightning sword! Now then. Activating drive. My duty calls. Yeah!
Oh,
it's my turn.
Huh. My duty calls.
you know what?
Yeah! Strike!
Go after this.
My turn. I'll support. RTM heal! Yes!
There!
Stop bullying Reen's daughter. Pretty much. Nice.
Very well. My duty calls. Yes!
I'm going.
This is gonna be a random,
Sparkle! Zodiac Force!
random off
It's my turn.
chance thing to try.
Arcus activate!
It's time we entertained our guests. Round and round.
Praying to our Jesus.
Up you go.
To be fair, I probably should have put Emma in the other
Let
party.
the party begin.
Like swapped Emma and Ellie.
I do hope you enjoyed yourself.
There!
Yeah! Now! Too slow!
Whew.
Yeah!
Because Maribel and Campanella are going to be heavier magic users than this party.
Shatter!
Ooh.
I shall go. Arcus activate. Yes!
Huh?
Waste the Laura S-Craft on a
Thank
badly
you.
timed barrier out of.
How's this?
Poor Doobs.
How does this suit you?
Ooh.
My shield!
Now.
Riona,
There is a reason for this.
You've worn me out quite a bit. My duty calls. Arcus activate! There!
Here I come. Shadow Stitch!
Sorry! Cha! Very well.
Shatter!
Yeah!
Predictable! I'm going! I shall go. Charging! Very well. Take this!
There we go. Oh, shit.
Impressive as always.
Diwali, did you do what I
Yeah.
think? Oh, no. But close.
Thank you. Very well.
Heavy divider!
Predictable!
Wow.
Remarkably
Diwali,
done.
the MVP. Holy shit, that was awesome. Satisfying. Oh, so satisfying. Man, putting Sirius on Diwali was actually a really good idea.
Shirley, dear, how
All
about
right.
we toy with them a bit?
Thought you'd never ask.
At least you two seem to be hitting it off.
Let's go.
Yes. Arcus activate.
By flowing mana.
There! There! Oh! Back off!
All right.
Yeah, right!
Yeah.
All right. So our first target is going to be. Oh God! There goes Tio. Woo! Wow, Tio
Leave it to me.
got out of that.
Stay strong, everyone! Thank you.
Yeah. Gotcha.
Ooh.
Keep it up! Thank you. Let's go. There!
Murder girl getting her murder on. Yep.
Help me out now, would you? Alice, Shaw, Kanan, now, off you go. Shirley, step lively. Got go!
Keep it up! Thank you.
Let's go.
How about
Okay. That is exactly what I thought would happen.
Don't
Ooh.
give up! Thanks. Back off! Keep it up! Thank you.
It's my turn! Breakthrough! Sledgehammer! Here I go!
Take this! It's my turn. Commencing drive.
My turn now.
Huh. Thanks.
Yeah.
Right.
I appreciate it! It's my turn. Here I go! Take this! Ha!
No! Ellie, why?
Now, let us begin.
God damn it, Ellie! Ah!
O holy rite of Adios! Come forth from the heavens and shine upon us! Aura Rain!
Thank you.
I appreciate it!
Thanks.
Let's see how this treats you!
Man, her voice acting is so good.
Don't give up! Thanks. Let's go. Commencing drive.
All right! Burning heart!
Alrighty then.
What I got?
Put on the glasses of shame.
Too slow. Popcorn! Wheel of time!
Don't give up! Thanks.
Back off!
Huh.
Help me out now, would you? Alice, Shaw.
Ah!
Don't give in!
Thank you.
Oh my God, Ellie, thank you.
Here!
Oh, there goes Tio.
News.
Return
God damn it.
fire!
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone.
All right! Orcus, activate!
Time to switch seats.
Oh boy.
Shuffle, shuffle.
Yeah!
Oh God, here we go.
Let's see how this treats you. Return fire! It's my turn.
Sorry, Yuna. Nope. Oh well. 'Cause she's...
Here's a present.
Oh God, here we go. Work, work, work,
Go,
work, work.
go, go!
Nope. Oh wow.
No! Leave it to me. Ha! By flowing mana. Yeah!
Thank you.
Be gone! Can you take this? Deadly Storm!
Oh, that was a bad idea. Come on. Alright, we're just gonna get Yuna up, then we'll
let
get...
us begin.
Give my stuff to
O
my
holy
crossbow.
rite of Adios! Come forth from the heavens and shine upon us! Aura Rain!
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it!
All right.
Time to switch seats. Shuffle, shuffle.
Let's see how this... Return fire!
Yes.
Ha! I'll blow you away, bloody cross! Yeah, right! Back me up, Cappy!
Of course!
Help me out now, would you?
Hang in there.
Thanks.
The fact that I don't even get a
Here's a
chance to
present.
go is kind of infuriating.
Go, go, go!
Oh my god, Yuna, you're still
Hang
standing.
in there.
Oh my god.
Thanks.
Tio for the clutch. You know what?
It's my turn.
You know what?
Thanks.
Ha!
Back off!
Can you take this? Deadly Storm! Yeah, right! Let's finish him! Why,
Of
sir?
course!
No way! Why? No!
I need to do something. I'm in a pinch. Arcus, activate. There.
That was a waste. I thought I could actually pull something off with that, but I couldn't.
Alrighty then.
How about this? Burn!
Right. Thank you. Yes. Aeon shield deploy. Let's go. Arcus activate.
Let's see how this treats you!
Here!
Thanks!
Right. Arcus activate.
Ha!
Help me out now, would you?
I don't know why I put adamantine shield on Estelle. Not with Aeon shield running. That was stupid. How does that play out, I wonder?
Yes. Commencing drive.
It's my turn. Arcus activate!
There.
I appreciate it! Yeah!
Ha!
How about this?
Burn!
Don't give in!
I appreciate it!
Let's go!
I'll show you
Oh,
the wonders
shit.
of Elk!
Oh.
Hang in there.
Thanks.
It's my turn. Commencing drive.
It's my turn! I can't lose here. Stay strong, everyone! I appreciate it! Thanks!
There.
I appreciate it!
Here's a
Oh god.
present.
Oh god. Hey, look, it's a stack mechanic. Oh my god.
Back off!
It really is an FF14 stack mechanic,
Let's go.
isn't it?
Too slow! Ha! Here's the kicker!
Time to switch seats.
All the Vuln stacks.
Shuffle, shuffle.
Oh god.
I'll blow you away, bloody cross!
It's my turn. Commencing drive. There.
Thanks!
What I got? Ha! Yeah! Ha! Too slow! Ha! Popcorn! Wheel of time!
Ha!
Hope you're ready.
Oh, there goes it. Oof.
I'm not done yet! There!
By flowing mana.
Yeah!
Oh, this is gonna suck.
Back off!
Be gone!
Yep.
Return fire!
That is...
Leave it to me. Stay strong, everyone.
How about this?
Burn!
Let's go! Too slow! Ha! Here's the kicker!
Here I go! Thanks!
Yeah!
Not a chance! Don't give in!
I appreciate it! All right!
What? Oh shit, that was stupid. I should have put that on Ellie. This is what happens. I am way too tired to do this fight anymore. I'm tired and frustrated with it.
Sorry, everyone. Sorry, everyone.
Here I go!
So we're gonna use another one. I don't think I'm getting out of this.
Thank you.
How careless of you!
Payback.
I can't lose here. Arcus activate! All right!
Aeon shield deploy.
It's my turn! Yeah!
Thanks.
How about this? Burn!
Time to switch seats.
How does this work on?
Shuffle, shuffle.
Wow.
By flowing mana. Be gone!
Oh shit! I'm okay with this.
Let's go.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Leave it to me.
What would one of her worst nightmares even be?
Fire! They're off guard.
Follow up.
Apparently.
It's my turn. Commencing drive.
Let's go.
Return fire! Keep it up!
Thank you.
Here I go!
There.
I know what that's about to be.
Ha!
This is it!
God damn it!
Let's go! Keep it up!
Thank you.
Sorry, everyone.
I
Sorry,
am so
everyone.
tired. I want this over with, and I know
Here's
it's not
a
going to end.
present. Go, go, go!
Return fire! Now's the time!
Follow up. I'm in a pinch.
There! Thanks! Want to see what I got? Too slow! Popcorn! Wheel of Time!
Leave it to me.
Bring it on! Adamantite formation!
It's my turn. Orcus activate! By flowing mana. Yeah!
Thank you.
Thanks!
Hope you're ready.
Orbital driver to maximum output. Ether strike!
Oh, there we go. I didn't care about the AP at this point.
How delightful.
Curse you, Monday.
Now then, time to annihilate you all.
You'd best give it everything you've got.
I'm done showing mercy. Prepare yourself.
Struggle in vain. Vermilion fervor! Gotcha!
Ha! Not today! Go! An opening! There!
There!
Not today!
Damn you!
I'm up! Arcus activate! Ha! Ha! My turn. Yeah! Thanks. Yeah!
We're just going to have to
Arcus
take
activate.
this. Oh my god. That's
Let's
called
go.
being lucky.
An opening! There!
There! Damn you!
Leave it to me. Divine Shield, protect us!
Very well.
I'm gonna sit here for a moment.
Yeah! Let's go! Roar! Healing strike!
Right!
Not on my watch! Ha! Take that!
Damn you!
My turn.
Yeah! Right! Arcus activate!
Very well.
Leave it to me.
Here we go! Fly away!
Damn you!
Yeah! Thanks.
Yeah!
Yeah!
All right.
I'm up! Crimson Slash! Now!
There!
Let's go!
Collecting data. Things are as good as over now.
Got you! Talisman Blade! Yeah!
Here I come! Let's go! Mjolnir!
Stuck in the wall there.
Not today!
It's my turn.
Resonate! Divine Song Formation!
It's my turn.
Yeah! Let's go! Let's go! Yeah!
Go! My turn. It's down!
There!
Leave it to me. Ha!
I'm up!
Ha! Here we go! Fly away!
Go! Gotcha! It's my turn! There!
Thanks.
Very well. Seize victory! Noble rise! It's my turn.
I'm up! My mind is clear. My blade empty.
This is turning into me not giving a fuck about the
Now! Action slash! Shredded leaves!
It ends here! Told.
This fight, when I first did it, this was the fastest of them.
Rising Sun!
There we go.
Stubborn pests. You're stronger than I expected.
I'm just like, I don't care about the AP anymore. I'm too tired to care about it. I'm as done with the sequence as Ash is done with the cult bullshit. Pretty much. I'm exhausted. I'm tired. I'm ready to crawl into bed.
Well, we managed to meet up in the middle at least.
Yeah. But otherwise, I'd say we're at a stalemate here.
I am quite happy to sit here and go through a long sequence at this point.
These guys are a real pain in the ass. It makes for a killer photo op, though. These snaps are like gold!
Grace, please.
They've taken countermeasures to ensure the Merkaba wouldn't be able to act.
So it seems. With all these guns trained on us, we'd end up taking too much concentrated fire.
Maybe we can just shoot down one of theirs.
I'm afraid that's not an option. They'd simply use it against us.
Agreed. They'd need only spin it as a declaration of war.
The Erebonian Intelligence Division is poised and ready to flood the world with misinformation. All they need is an excuse.
Then the Scarecrow's already at work. I'd expect no less from Osborn's right-hand man. We'll have to count on Richard and the others to stave them off.
Indeed. Lecter, how did this happen?
Grace priorities.
They've got the whole airspace locked down tight. Not one gap to be seen.
Brigadier General Bardius, shouldn't we go help them?
If Zephyr's out there, I should be too.
This is the perfect chance for me to knock some sense back into George.
No. I need all of you to stand down.
It seems your worst-case scenario is upon us.
I'm afraid so.
Mildine? No, you don't mean...
Major activity on the Glorious. There's something massive deploying on deck.
Oh no! I knew it. No way.
Seriously? They're busting out those huge hunks of metal again?
But Mascoop. We need to have a version of the Mowind meme, but with Grace and Mascoop.
Ions?
3 of them.
They look a little different from the ones we saw in Crossbell.
These must be their second models.
They're coming.
Yeah, this is just overkill.
Ah!
Remember your orders! Hold the line!
I hear hold the line and I'm thinking diamond hands! Sorry.
You won't get us that easy! Take this!
Watch out! All ships, evasive maneuvers.
Ah!
If we can just keep up the pressure.
Damn it! Gaius! Rosine!
Oh, right. It can teleport.
Don't tell me.
It's coming.
Gaius attempting to pull a Kevin and fight an Ion with his Merkaba.
Oh, a little flashy for my taste, but not bad.
Oh, come on. This is just overkill.
What magnificent power! Even greater than the Empire's Divine Knights!
Ooh, nice one, Lady Val.
I guess that creepy doll obsession of yours makes you pretty good at controlling ions, huh?
Why, naturally. A marionette is a marionette, no matter the size.
Instructor, are you gonna call him in?
Yeah. I'll leave everything else to you. Heed my call.
Valimar!
Come! Ordine!
Of course.
Those are Divine Knights?
They're even more impressive than I imagined.
Ah, finally bringing out your ace in the hole, huh?
However, we've accounted for this.
To me, Testarossa!
Come, Zector!
Two more of them? The Vermilion and Palatinate Knights.
Prince Cedric.
You sure you're up for this, old man?
Well then, since we have this chance, how about we start the rivalries right here and now?
Hey, cool your jets there, little prince. Doesn't count if we're not in a shrine.
The Ion Gamma. Seeing it from the other side of the battlefield, it's overwhelming.
Having second thoughts? I really do pity you, Duvalie.
Hopefully you see now that you've bitten off more than you can chew. Unfortunately, the situation will only get worse for you from here on.
Check and mate!
They've returned.
What do we do now?
Emma. Right. Even if I have to use every last bit of magic at my disposal.
It's the comedy guy.
Off your asses, everyone! It's time to move!
Hold on, guys. We're coming for you!
Let's find our way up to the deck.
No, that won't be necessary. We have one final landing craft left on board. With it, you will make your escape, along with Her Highness.
I'll head to the deck. Be sure to recover Schwarzer and the others when the chance strikes.
But that would mean leaving you behind. Just tell us, Muse, what are you trying to do here?
Lady Mildine accounted for this, should things go south. And as it so happens, everything went just as she predicted. This is our contingency plan. All we're doing is putting it into play.
Everyone, it's been my pleasure to know each and every one of you. I ask that you give Instructor Reen and the rest of Class 7 my deepest regards.
Muse, what are you saying?
You guys gonna go down with the ship or something?
We don't wish to die here. But dire straits call for dire measures.
We will soon plot a course for the Crimson Arc. Ramming speed. There'll be no getting away for them, given the distance.
That's crazy. Even if you do take him down, an impact that massive, it would blow you to pieces.
Besides, what would the Viceland army do without its flagship?
And what of Mille Mirage? How do you expect it to go on if we lose all three of you?
Not to worry. Mille Mirage was set in motion the moment Lieutenant General Bright was named Supreme Commander. The Viceland Army's core forces need only await his orders, and I suspect Vita will come to their aid as well.
We're fully aware of how heavy a blow sacrificing this ship will be. But if it allows us to take down the Crimson Arc in turn, then as far as exchanges go, there are far worse moves to play.
Muse, Principal Le Guin. But why? Mildine. No, Muse. What reason is there for you to throw your life away as well?
It's only right that the one responsible for a plan that will kill millions joins them in death. I long ago decided to stand my ground with the generals, should it come to this. Though in truth, perhaps I'm simply not strong enough to bear all that grief.
Muse, you really...
As the Supreme Commander of the Viceland Army, I order you to evacuate this ship immediately. Notify all crew members. Prepare to execute Plan D.
As you wish.
Commence Plan D! For the glory of the Viceland Army!
Yes, my lord!
Yes, Your Highness!
The landing craft is in the hold directly below. Make your way to the elevator at once. Or else, Goddess be my witness, I will cut you down right where you stand.
Shit. Damn it all.
Shouldn't that be plan F as in
You
you're
leave
totally...
us no choice.
Actually, I don't think we have to go at all. Huh?
Kido?
Kia? What do you mean?
She's exactly right.
It's the old man.
Mr. Bright!
Suspend Plan D until further notice.
This course of action has already been discussed. I was under the impression we'd come to an agreement.
Indeed. You truly are a remarkable young woman, capable of influencing the very fate of the world itself. But it would seem both of us failed to give credit where credit was due. Namely, to the potential of the third path, and the wings which light its way.
Did you just say wings?
Yeah! They're coming! Ah! I recognize that sound!
Damn it, Cassius. Alright, good night, Magneto. Sleep well. Yep, hype time indeed. Probably one of the best scenes in this game, I think.
Wait, isn't that...
Now what?
It's getting closer.
Another enemy airship? No.
That ship! It's...
This is the perfect time to use PogChamp.
3 ion units also confirmed. Breaking into combat airspace. Ready to execute Plan 07.
Then let us tarry no longer. Landing party, are you prepared?
That we are. You can just leave the rest to us.
We shall take care of things from here on out.
To think I get to bear witness to such a dramatic scene firsthand.
Such are the benefits that come with our roles on this stage.
Olivia, pog.
A long time since I had the chance to get a little wild.
Attention all crew. Today marks the day of our maiden voyage. And what a day it is. But this Grand Blue Yonder is no place for confinement. Let us show them we won't so easily dance to their tune.
Aye, aye, Captain!
Olivia getting his bright Noah on.
What is that thing?
The Merkaba Unit 2? Wait, no! It's...
What? Was it always that crazy huge?
Here they come! Hell yeah! Looks like the party's really getting started now!
The hell'd you guys come from?
Hot damn. Talk about crashing a party.
Fear not. Your salvation has arrived.
Patrick!
And not just him.
Shara!
That's right. I hope you haven't gotten into too much trouble without me.
Patty cakes!
Sorry for dropping in out of the blue. I imagine it must be confusing for those of you I haven't met. My name is Sherazard Harvey, but some of you might know me better as the Liberlian Bracer Guild's Silver Streak.
You're Estelle's friend, aren't you? We heard you'd been missing for some time.
So you're okay after all?
Seems so. Though she's certainly not the only familiar face to drop in.
I have to say, you two are the last people I would have expected to show up.
Ha ha! You should know this by now. Where the spotlight
Now can I date your
goes,
sister? No.
so too shall I.
Better late than never, I suppose. This should help even the scales.
Phantom Thief B? Vita? So this is what you've been up to.
You sure took your sweet time, didn't you? Typical.
Huh, impressive. They use some kind of magic to stop the big guy here in his tracks.
I could learn quite a bit about being an Anguis from you. Perhaps you could give me some private tutelage sometime.
Oh, I'm so sorry. But I'm afraid we're not quite on the same team here, so to speak.
What is even going on right now? I detect a layer to this that is beyond my comprehension.
Man, there's a lot I'd like to comment on, but now's not really the time.
Oh, Tio's got
You
the
can
perfect
say
bit.
that again. It seems for once we're both on the same page.
How? How are you here? You were aboard the Courageous when it exploded. I saw it with my own eyes.
Who can say? Maybe Adios spared me just so I could come spoil your fun.
You're Instructor Reen's friend.
Sup, Reen? How you been? Good to see you too, Estelle, Joshua. I'm finally back from my little vacation in Gehenna.
Toval.
No way. I swear this better not just be a dream.
You're okay. I can't believe it.
Huh. You don't look like much of an immortal to me. Doubt you could have gotten
I
revived.
was busy, so I came instead.
As far as I can tell, he's just a perfectly normal guy from head to toe. Unlike us.
You telling me a regular-ass guy like you survived a whole friggin' ship exploding?
That's right. Like I said, I had Adios there looking out for me. Well, maybe not just Adios.
Well now, this doesn't quite match up with what we were told, now does it?
I'm starting to think someone played a dirty little trick on us.
It bears reminding
Toval is
that Master Toval was not the only passenger on the Courageous when it exploded.
Then that would mean...
Ah, what a delight it is to know my memory lingers on in so many minds. Please, open your Arcus units and let your imagination become reality.
Oh yeah. I bet Matt Mercer has a hell of a time playing him.
You'll have to excuse my aesthetic augmentation. Rest
Olivier,
assured,
you
before you
glorious
sits the very
bastard.
same devilish rogue you've always known.
Magnificent bastard. That's what I said. I was invoking the trope and TV tropes. Olivier is a magnificent bastard. He damn well knows. Yeah, he does.
You're
And
alive.
he plays it up.
Alive this whole time. And there's Mint and the others. They've been with His Highness all along.
Yeah. Looks like they've got a few branch campus kids tagging along too.
Unbelievable. Looks like His Highness has got us beat.
Indeed. One might say he utterly outplayed us.
It's been a good while, Ring. I see you've gone through a bit of a makeover yourself. And just like yours truly, you're all the sexier for it, you handsome little rascal, you.
Your Highness, I can't believe it. You're really alive. But how? What in the world happened back then?
That's what we want to know. Why didn't you tell us? Do you have any idea how we felt when they came to Liberl and told us you flew up?
I can only imagine. And for that, I cannot apologize enough. The circumstances which forced me to secrecy were as entangling as a rose bush, and twice as prickly. Ah, but what does it matter? No remorse could hold us from the blooming jubilation of this long-awaited reunion of ours.
We can't argue with you there. Though I suppose this explains why Cher went off the radar.
Pretty much. I happened to randomly stumble upon some info about his survival. That was why I had to cut off all contact. We couldn't have information like that leaking out to just anyone. Not only for Olivier's sake, but the Courageous Twos as well.
Well, I guess that makes sense. Oh, sorry, Reen. We kinda cut you off there, huh?
Not at all. Honestly, I'm still trying to wrap my mind around all this. I didn't expect to see you here either, Major Michael. Much less you, Lieutenant Colonel Mueller.
This is what I meant when I said I had plans of my own. It's been a fair bit longer for us, though, hasn't it, Schwarzer? A shame I couldn't say this sooner, but I'd like to thank you for all you've done for Kurt.
Mueller! Thank goodness you're all right. When I heard the 7th got disbanded, I didn't know what to think.
Ah, Kurt, there you are. I can tell you've gotten stronger since I last saw you.
He kept the info being leaked further
I
out.
think it's
cracks
best we
the
set
whip.
our family gathering aside for the time being.
Indeed.
I can't believe it. You survived after all. I'm so relieved.
Oh, shut up, Cedric.
But I regret to inform you, Operation Jormungand is already underway. The same goes for that brazen Meal Mirage scheme. So tell me, Olivert, what could you possibly hope to accomplish with that overblown ship of yours at this point?
If I may hazard a guess, perhaps he's here to join Meal Mirage.
Alas, no. With Muse, Cassius, and all the other presiding dignitaries involved, Meal Mirage is in as good a set of hands as can be. I, or rather we, have appeared before you today for one reason, and one reason only. To serve as the wings upon which deliverance to a third path is granted. Jormungand and Meal Mirage. Two massive operations of unavoidable consequence. Yet amidst these titans is another force.
those unyielding in their hope that the twilight will soon give way to the dawn. Rean, Lloyd, and Estelle, and each of their companions that walk this path with them. Not to mention a multitude of others, all ready to lend aid to their cause. Across the continent,
Rean and Lloyd take
all
note on
walks are
speeches.
making the decision to follow their hearts. Thus, so too shall we, so that our wings may help them soar. And soaring, high above the holds of Erebonia's curse, we will join together as one, to become the radiant rays of hope, piercing through the oppressive darkness of despair. To that end, I hereby name us. Not the crimson wings of the Civil War, nor the winds of freedom on the Western Front, but our third and greatest title, the Radiant Wings.
Man, Olivier, hell of a speech. That stuff. These little vapor inhalers clear your sinuses like you wouldn't believe.
Your Highness.
The Radiant Wings, huh? Not a bad name.
It has a lovely ring to it, doesn't it?
Huh. Didn't even take you 5 minutes to flip the whole damn script on us.
Ha ha! Finer words have never been spoken, O eternal rival of mine.
Whew, boy. The dead keep cropping up one by one. We really screwed the pooch here, huh?
Then why don't we go ahead and make things right?
This little charade ends here. Members of the Society, exterminate them all.
What?
Your Highness!
Seriously? Haven't you had enough yet?
Well, why not? I'm always up for a bit of slaughter and destruction.
And there's nothing quite like putting a damper on someone's parade.
I suppose we couldn't expect it to hold forever.
Shit, don't tell me.
It's engaging spatial annihilation. The Type Beta is switching to high-speed mode as well.
Now you've done it!
Enough chit-chat. Time to say goodbye.
Damn. It would seem they aren't bluffing.
Stop this at once, Cedric. Why are you still doing this? Oliver just came back to us.
Don't you see, Elfin? That's exactly why I must do this. I'm just as glad as you to see him alive again. But feelings such as that are only for the weak. We're ending this world and creating a new order in its place. And an undertaking this great leaves me no room for weakness. Chancellor Osborne entrusted me with a mission, and I swear, by my hand, I will carry it through.
I believe you've actually done quite enough for now, Your Highness.
Huh?
That voice.
My, speak of the devil.
Chancellor Osborne!
Father.
Rufus, too.
Instructor Claire,
Even you?
I come to you today from the Imperial capital. You'll have to excuse me for not attending in person. As for my fellow world leaders, President Rocksmith, Prince Albert, Princess Claudia, my warmest greetings to you all.
You're the last person I expected to make an appearance here today.
Our greetings to you as well. A shame we couldn't meet under better circumstances.
I must apologize for not giving you prior notice of our visit.
Not at all, Your Highness. This airspace is a neutral zone. No permission is needed from the Erebonian government to enter it. Lieutenant General Cassius Bright. Just how long has it been?
Since your surprise visit to Liberl? About 3 years. Though it appears your people have been fervently active in our regional capitals in your stead.
You flatter me. Our work is nothing compared to that of your team from R&A Research.
Are they talking about the
Skippable.
Erebonian Intelligence Division?
Yeah. Richard and the others have been struggling to counter their efforts.
I see the Special Support Section has chosen to attend as well. I do hope our dear Rufus isn't causing you too many difficulties.
Here and there, perhaps. Though I would very much like to establish a better working relationship with them wherever we can.
What a barefaced liar.
It's a pleasure to meet you again, Your Excellency.
I can't help but be reminded of our conversation at Orcus Tower 2 years back.
Ah, yes. When we spoke of the resolve needed in trying times. How very nostalgic. And last, but certainly not least, Prince Olivert, my deepest apologies. I scarcely realized just how gravely I'd underestimated you. I imagine even the Duchess and her cohorts must share in my sentiment.
Indeed. It would seem I'm not as keen as I thought myself to be.
That's quite enough flattery for today, Your Excellency. As it currently stands, we can no longer stop either one of these grand operations from commencing. And yet, as I've already declared, we will continue on as the Wings of Passage.
For Reen, Lloyd, Estelle, and every one of their allies. For I know in my heart of hearts that their light will shine through to the very end.
Your Highness, if we weren't sure of ourselves before, we definitely are now.
He's trying way too hard to sound cool.
Be my guest. You may flit around as much as you please. But know this. You have only 6 days before Operation Jormungand makes its move.
Huh? As one of the authors behind this plan, allow me to issue a declaration.
It's just what Olivia does.
The order to commence Operation Jormungand will be officially given at the stroke of noon on the 1st of September.
D-Day. The start of the Great War.
Indeed. And preceding it, an omen of epic proportions to which the entire continent will bear witness. The harbinger of the end of the world. The Great Twilight.
God, his voice actor is
The
so
same
good.
day will also mark the beginning of the rivalry of the Seven. Jaeger King Rutger Clausel, I hope you are prepared.
Sure am.
And what of you, 7th Anguis of Ouroboros, Arian Road the Steel Maiden?
I have no objections.
I must admit, I'm deeply interested in how you all managed to escape that explosion.
I don't know his name, but
I can
God,
wait
his
until
voice
a more
actor's so good.
appropriate time to satisfy my curiosity.
Then it's true.
Yeah. Though I bet the Phantom Thief had something to do with it.
Now, if I may have your attention, everyone, I'd like to present 2 individuals who deserve some recognition for their contributions to the rivalries.
Armin Taylor, he's so good.
Mother! And Professor Schmidt, too?
So when you said you were leaving on business...
Hello. I suspect this comes to you as somewhat of a surprise.
but I simply assisted with an off-the-record request from the Erebonian government. That is all. Miss Croyce, the professor and I have completed fine-tuning the device, as you asked.
Marvelous. The both of you have my utmost appreciation.
You can save your empty gratitude for someone else. I am simply working toward my own goals, nothing more.
Damn it, Schmidt!
What exactly are you planning, Belle?
Allow me to make one final introduction to our roster. One not even we expected. And yet, one that will surely prove instrumental in setting the stage for the rivalries.
Someone punch him, please.
Now that you mention it, I haven't seen McFirebro around in a while.
Yo, you called? Man, I love it when there's a time limit. Really gets the blood pumping, you feel me? But I ain't the star here. Hey, come on out already.
He is so good at chewing the scenery.
No way.
Exactly, Scorpius.
Viscount Arcade?
So this is what became of you.
I was curious how and where you'd managed to wander off after losing your left arm.
His left arm. Father.
So you've turned even the Radiant Blade Master into one of your puppets,
And now
then?
Lara's life is suffering 200%. Yeah.
That would be wrong, for I am no puppet. I am Victor S. Arcade. I have lost neither my memories nor my sense of self. It brings me no small pain for us to meet again like this, Cassius.
Perhaps, but it's no small delight to know you're still alive as well. I can only assume this is the curse compelling you against your will.
Huh? Know something we don't, old man?
A similar case occurred in Liberl 3 years ago.
In Phantasma.
We encountered artificial copies of people who had the same memories and personalities as the originals.
You're trying to tell me it's happening all over again?
No, that was in the Recluse Cube. What we have here in Erebonia is something on a far greater scale than that.
Skippable, exactly.
The curse is forcing Mr. Viscount to do whatever it wants him to. He's the strongest swordmaster in the Empire. That's why he was chosen to set the stage for the rivalries.
Precisely. All to create the best possible conditions for the resurrection of the Great One.
So that's how it works. It's almost as though the curse has a consciousness, a will of its own.
No, Father.
So his skills as one of the greatest swordsmen on the continent are being used against him.
There's no need for anguish. These are nothing more than the whims of fate. When next we meet, it will be as heralds of the rivalries. Reen, Laura, I expect you to put forth your very best when the time comes to pit steel against steel.
Catch you when the fun finally starts. We'll be waiting.
Alrighty, guess we'd best head out ourselves.
Best of luck, Miss Maiden. If I see you again, it'll be between my crosshairs.
Very well. I will await that moment with bated breath. Ines, Anea, return to me. I will require you at my side once more.
Yes, my lord.
As you wish.
Ha! Busy times ahead for all of us, huh?
Our final battlefield draws near. The very thought is enough to make the blood stir.
Just what kind of farce do all of you take this for?
We aren't finished here! Not by a long shot! Who do you think you are, deserting your duty?
Sorry, kid. We got our priorities.
That's quite enough, Your Highness. The task you were given was a greeting, a show of formality and nothing further. Evidently, you have failed to understand that. I have to warn you against overstepping your bounds. Or must I remind you of your position as an Ironblood?
Your Highness.
Now, let us leave the matter at this. Return to Heimdall for now, Your Highness. There yet remains an important role you must play.
Understood.
It's the whip for you later, Cedric.
Boss, Zeno, Leo.
My lord.
Ouch! Bet Princey Boy's gonna sulk on that one for weeks.
Looks like the party's over now. What a shame. I was having so much fun.
I do hate to cut our engagement short, but I believe it's time we made our exit.
Understood.
See you around, guys!
Continue on with your struggle, vain as it may be. I want to relish making you squirm before we finish you off for good.
Now, if you'll excuse us.
Hey! Wait for me! We gotta get out of here! 6th Enhanced Jaeger Brigade, fall back! Get moving!
Belle, just how far will you take this?
First Sharon, and now Mother too?
Guess we won't be settling the score this time around.
We'll go ahead and see ourselves out, too.
George! So you're gonna leave without saying a single thing? Again?
Don't worry. We'll be able to settle things soon. But don't expect any mercy from me when that happens.
Right. Real convincing.
George, or would you prefer I call you Georg? Either way, I owe you my thanks.
You can keep them.
Man, that guy really isn't cut out for this.
Look who's talking.
Exactly. You're no different.
Whoa, didn't realize you guys were keeping demons up in that ship.
Oh, Lecter. I can only guess who you're referring to.
Still, it really is wonderful to see you again. It's been so long since we last met at the trade conference.
I won't even bother scolding you anymore, Lecter. All I ask is that you promise me one thing. That we'll still have a class reunion, no matter how this all ends.
Leo wants just the same. Jill and Hans do too.
Speaking of the whip, I'm gonna borrow Shara's after this.
Sheesh. You guys just can't learn to let it go, can you? Fine. I'll bite. Now, making a promise costs me nothing, after all. You just gotta promise me that you survive long enough to get there.
Of course. The same goes for you.
I'll be waiting, with a fist curled and ready to knock some sense back into you. So be prepared.
Oh, Lucy.
I'm glad everyone was able to have this chance to see each other one last time. With this period of relative peace nearing its end, may each of us give every last ounce of our strength in the coming days. And Rean, you have a decision to make. Will you give in to your cursed destiny? Rebel against your fate? Will you simply flee? Or will you continue to struggle with every fiber of your being until you have seen this abyss of despair through to the end?
Whether we'll ever meet again, I can't say for sure. But if we do, I guarantee you'll have no doubt about which path I've taken.
My goodness, His Excellency certainly is impulsive.
Farewell, everyone.
May you enjoy what little time you have left before the end of days is upon us.
I pray that you all have a safe journey home. Be assured that neither the Imperial Army nor Ouroboros will interfere with your return.
On that note, you are also free to go and visit His Majesty at his bedside, should you so
Oh, and
desire.
happy demise, everyone. I'm sad that that didn't get
As for you, Lloyd, I have temporarily suspended your arrest warrant. I imagine you'd like a chance to visit those dear to you. Far be it from me to hold you from your final farewells.
Wait, really?
Think of it as my personal apology to you for Operation Birdcage. We will be recalling our troops from Michelin as well. Why don't you enjoy yourselves there one last time?
I'd like to thank you for the consideration, though not half as much as I'd like to deck you in the face!
Instructor Claire.
They're always so difficult to get through to.
Well, this has been a most productive encounter. I don't know if I trust them to not interfere with our return, so we'll be taking our leave as soon as possible.
Simmer
I wish
down.
you all the best of luck in the coming days. May each of us do our utmost, no matter what path we've chosen.
I shall find a way to pay my respects to His Majesty before setting a course back home. With that, farewell for now.
Princess Alphen, Lady Mildine, and General Le Guin, congratulations on rallying so many to your side this day. As for Rean, Lloyd, Estelle, and all the rest, may Aidios give you her blessing, wherever your endeavors might take you. And once again, Prince Olivert, I can't express enough how much of a relief it is to see you alive.
Always a pleasure brightening your day with a bit of bewilderment. And Cassius, though we walk different paths for now, perhaps we could meet for a drink one day. I imagine Zin would be eager to join.
Ha! I'll be sure to take you up on that. Estelle, Joshua, Ren, Sherazard, Agate, Tita. We shall meet again. Take care of yourselves, as well as each other.
For sure. We may not be on the same team exactly, but good luck all the same, Dad.
You better not get beat by some Imperial hotshot, you got it?
You can leave any matters in Erebonia to me. I'll make sure to be close in touch with Sarah.
The Society's at work all over the continent. Be careful out there, Dad.
We'll let you know if we discover anything about their plans.
Be careful, Mr. Bright. You too, Chloe.
That was way too intense.
Agreed. Not just the battles themselves, but the entire situation.
Yeah. Having the fate of the entire continent at stake can get a little overwhelming.
Huh. Don't go wussing out on us just yet. We're finally in the home stretch.
Yes, that we are.
Oh, Muse.
You changed your clothes back.
So I have. I suppose we should count ourselves lucky things ended up as nice as they did.
I swear. Muse? You don't really think your signature sweet smile will be enough for us to forgive you, do you?
Huh?
I was about to ask just the same.
You were about to pull some real wild shit back there, weren't you?
Just so you know, we overheard your conversation on the bridge. I need to have more than just a few words with you, as your instructor.
Yes, Instructor Rean.
That was strangely meek of her.
What, you sick or something? More so than usual, I mean.
I'd say she realized she went a bit too far this time around.
Though perhaps we're partially to blame for all the pressure we've placed upon her.
Such is the folly of youth, wouldn't you say?
Olivert.
It pleases us all to have you grace us in good health, Your Highness.
You'll have to direct your thanks to the many others who helped this come to pass. Our endgame is nigh, Rean. Should you wish it, my wings are prepared to lift you to a new path.
It would be our honor, Your Highness. But before that, on behalf of us all, welcome back.
It's good to be back. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, Liberlians, Crossbellans, and Erebonians alike, welcome aboard the second successor of the high-speed cruiser Arcee, the Courageous II.
Yay. I'm so tired. And scene.
Keep up the good work.
Hope on, Reen. We've got a damn world to save. All right. I think I'm going to crawl to bed. This is a great spot to end, obviously. I am going to be dead tomorrow for work, so there might be a coffee run in the morning. Well, hi. Hi. Come here. Uh-oh. Here you go, Harley. Oh, that was a bad toss. Come here. Come on. Come on. Come here. Hey, come here. If you're giving me such a fuss, come on. Come on. Hold on. Hold on. Hey, come here. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, I know. Come here. Oh. Come here. Come here, Lummox. Oh, my goodness. My Lummox. My Lummox. Oh. This little baby was sitting at my chair making funny noises. Is always the time for coffee. This little baby was making noises at my chair, and then when I tried to give him a treat, he took off. So I had to go pick him up and tell him he can't get away. You can't get away, can you, baby? Oh. All right, everybody. There's not going to be a stream tomorrow night. I'm going to be dead tomorrow, I think. There will be a stream Wednesday. So it'll the usual 14 raid night. So don't miss out. It's usually kind of fun and silly. And then Friday will be continuing into what do you want? Why are you what are you interested in the mic for? And then Friday will be more Cold Steel 4. Usually. Take tomorrow to come back to life. Tell me about it. Oh, baby. Look at this baby. Look at this baby boy. Oh. Uh-oh. You seem to be enjoying He's just sitting here, head held it back so I could rub his neck. There you go. Alrighty. So we'll be back. I'll be back on Wednesday for 14 raid night. Back with more of this on Friday, and Saturday morning will be Saturday morning for the kids. And there you go. And I think there is a Sunday Funday this weekend. My Zen Scooter, my precious Oreo sausage. He is an Oreo sausage. He is an Oreo sausage lummox, baby. Hi there. Yeah, baby. We're talking about you, Mr. Oreo sausage. Because he really is. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Let me do something before we call it. That's right. There is a Sunday Funday this coming weekend, which I think we may still be doing, what is it? We may still be doing the grinding session of Emerald Weapon. If that goes as according to plan. So there you go. He is just chilling out here at my feet. What is going on with you, baby? Hi, baby. All right. You tap back in to see Scooter. Yeah, he's a baby. He's ready to sleep. He's sitting here playing with my feet down here. Look at this. See him? Hi, Scooter. Yep. He is following my feet under the desk. So, alrighty, guys. And then I think Harley's over there on the bed. You can see a Harley butt. Yeah, that's a Harley butt right there. Alrighty, everyone. I'm going to go to bed. This was an extremely long stream. It's been a long time since I've done a 7-hour stream like this. Feels good to get this event out of the way. I think I feel like I've got half of the game knocked out at this point or something crazy like that. So with that said, I'm going to bed as always. Thank you very much for firing off the command, Yotaka. Thank you for the biddies too. We'll go here for alerts because anyway, my Twitter account is @OMGFloofy. My YouTube channel is youtube.com/FloofyGaming. I will be back on Wednesday night. I hope to see y'all then soon. Or see y'all then. You can tell how tired I am because I'm struggling to talk. So, as always, stay safe, stay healthy, stay sane. I will catch you guys Wednesday night. Bye, everyone. Good night.